Sorry, folks, I might have been 5 seconds late here. I looked up and it said 9 o'clock, and I said, I went, am I awake? We ready to go? Welcome to our monthly photo review for June 1st, 2024. And as always, they're always interesting. And believe it or not, we have a new record for the show. We received 88 images. 88 images. So, as always, thanks to all of you guys. You make the photo review exciting, and you provide plenty of content. And, we really appreciate, what you do. So thanks so much for sending stuff in. I apologize if I'm looking down. I'm typing and doing some other things to prep here for the show. Some things that I can't do until we go live. I have to make sure my laptop is to the far right of me is my laptop, where I have to look at the chat once I get going showing the pictures. We're not going to really start on the photos themselves until we have at least 20 people in here, or 23 people in here, and then we'll start the show with that. So let's see. Let me just say hi to everyone that's come in. We've got Mark Lynch is in here, so hello to Mark, and we got Terry. Hopefully you're doing well, Terry, and we got to chat one of these days for stacked images with you. See if you're able to put together a little something and present it. That would be great. Albert is in the house. Albert, good to see you. Jeff and Leslie and Ava. And obviously we got my friend Bob from Bob Our Photos is in here. He's always one of the first ones on in the queue with his pictures. He already sent me next month's images already, so I guess we know that he's going to be first in line next month. I already got images from him for next month. Let's see. We got Jim, a real Nikon lover. Gee, Jim, are you like communicating via the Alaskan Cruise Line hookup or what? We got David now in the green room. I'm finally seeing him. Gustavo told me he was here and I didn't see him, but now I see him and now he's here. And hello, David.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going. I'm just saying hi to everybody. Luke and Robert. And who else we got that I missed here? Long Rider popped in. He's in here now, so that's good. So I says once we hit about 23-ish or so, we will officially start with the content. And meantime, we'll just say hello to everybody. And David, why don't you share where you're hiding tonight?
Well, it's part of my name on there. It's Palouse.
Palouse. Palouse, okay.
In Washington State. It's in the southeastern corner of the state.
So you're in that area where a certain YouTuber does tours.
Yeah, and we put the better part of 1,000 kilometers on Anita's truck so far.
Okay, you drove.
Oh yeah, we drove, and we have the proper vehicle for getting around. A 4-wheel drive half-ton. We didn't need the 4-wheel drive, but if it ever rains, if you want to go on the back roads, that's not good enough, because the soil it's got so much fine silt and clay in it that as soon as it gets wet, that's it. Yeah. But we've been lucky. We've been missing the rain. It's supposed to start tomorrow evening. And and I got Charlie in the background here.
I thought you just had a tail growing out of your ear.
Well, that too, you know.
That's usually growing out of his ass.
Ooh. Bleep, wait a minute, bleep.
See, you see, mine is sitting there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
That's his favorite spot when we have our.
yeah, in the fetal position, you know.
Yeah.
So have they have they tilled the fields yet?
The crops are up
Crops
quite
are
a
up.
bit.
Okay.
I guess it's the winter wheat's already headed out. They're harvesting hay.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and they're all the way from people still planting. It's we're about a kilometer away from an airport that has 5 crop sprayers, and they were up early this morning buzzing us, and that they had to take off and turn a hard right to go over us, but they were doing it, you know. And so we got woke up early, and then they started spraying a field right beside us. So
Ooh.
I had to leave because we're downwind of the of all of that stuff. Oh, anyway,
It doesn't last long though.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, it might affect your mustache might grow quicker or something if you get exposed to that, you know.
it's not fertilizer; it's pesticide.
Ah, well, that could make it fall off then, right?
And that would not hurt my feelings.
That could be just like you.
Hey, yeah, you know, baby face. Baby face. But yeah, we got 88 images tonight. So once we get going here, it's going to be a long show. I'm going to bring up something that, you know, I normally don't talk about till after the show, but I think there's a need to bring it up now. For those of you who have contemplated maybe having an Olympus OM Systems camera in your toolkit, I got an ad from a B&H email that I received today, and it had, you know, it was an OM Systems ad, and they have a trade-in on any interchangeable lens camera and get its value plus a trade-up bonus when you purchase select OM System products. But the deal ends at 11:59 p.m. tonight Eastern time. So if you've got the blood flowing here and a desire to buy a OM Systems camera, I figured I'd let you know at the beginning of the show so you can leave me and go get one of those cameras or trade in something that, you know, maybe you don't use anymore and get a little bit extra money for it and have a second camera, or have a camera that's a different brand, or switch brands, or whatever your heart desires. So I figured I will let you know that is out there because it ends at 11:59 p.m. So time is short, as they say. And let's see what, well, we're at 20 people. If there's anything else that I want to throw out there. And I mean, there's not really much to say in terms of, we might have a more of a discussion on it after we go through the photo review, but everybody I'm sure is aware of the multitude of YouTube videos talking about the Z6 III coming out somewhere around June 11th time frame. Nikon rumors plans on updating a few of the specs soon with some information that they have. So, I mean, they had already previously, at least on 2 occasions, they had the initial, what they thought the specs were going to be, and then they updated it and they added to it. And now they're saying they got a few more things that they're going to update. So they said in the coming days. So I would expect that we will see a few more updates maybe next week from them. If you follow DP Review's site, you will pick up on what those things are. And of course, you know, a lot of continued discussion about the what the R1 is going to be like, the R52, and we can get into that. If you wish to, I will not be offended if no one wants to talk about it, because I'm getting a little bit worn out from trying to follow the maybes, the opinions, or whatever. But there is a little bit more, I guess, solid information on Canon. Canon Rumors is usually pretty good about when they put it out there. It's typically a high fidelity or a high confidence level rumor. It's still not guaranteed, but it passes the mustard most of the time. So we can talk about that, but there are a bunch of other things that we'll bring up after the photo review, and we're at 22 people, so I think I'm going to prepare to start on that. And Roy will be joining us probably a little bit late. He emailed me just before the show, so he will come on at some point, and I'm sure Luis will show up near the last, just before midnight time frame. Luis might show up. And we'll see what else goes on. And we got Randall popping in here, so we'll get Randall on the screen. Randall gets the instead of Randall gets the square, Randall gets the rectangle on the bottom.
That's all right.
Volume up, Randall.
Yeah.
No, the volume is a little bit low, Randall.
Oh, it is low?
Yeah, you're a little low. Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. What threw me off was the speaker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You're good now. You're good now.
Right. Yeah.
So anyway. Oh wow, Jeff and Leslie, since we're talking about gear here a second ago, Jeff and Leslie says no gear until Leslie forgets about the $1,900 bill to fix the car. Jeff, I hate to tell you, if you don't know already, they never forget. That isn't going to happen. So, because we have so many images, I am going to wet my whistle here with some Coke. I should gargle with that stuff. I drink too much of it, but at least it's zero sugar, so at least I'm doing something right. We will give me a minute to set things up and share the screen. And at this point in time, I will apologize ahead of time that I may not see a lot of comments in the chat. I rely on my pals up here with me to point out conversation and people coming in, because I got to turn my head way to the right to see you, and that becomes annoying to me doing that after a while. So I will glance over on occasion, but for the most part, I rely on them while I'm doing this photo review to pick up on any interesting topics or people that pop in to say hello to them. And so I will apologize ahead of time. So let's get the show on the road, as a certain person used to say, and if you're old enough to remember, he used to start off and say, get ready for a really big shoe, Mr. Ed Sullivan, if you guys are old enough to remember him. So, yeah, Randall's getting his scotch
Coffee.
so he could survive the show. Actually, David's the one who should have the scotch. He's got a lot of scotch.
Yeah, today is Erdbeg Day, the 1st of June. So if you got a bottle of Erdbeg, yeah.
So we're going to get this up here and we'll start. And I got to bring up the right file. It's buried. Dun, 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 dun. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, I got to bring up my cheat sheet, and everything is so much in the way that I can't find it. Okay, there's my cheat sheet, because I have to have all the information to talk about these images. Everybody is always so nice to give me a give me the story about the image, and that's a very important part of image making, is the story, how you got it, why you took it, so on and so forth. So I'm glad that these first shots you're going to see are from Jeff and Leslie, and it's nice to see some shots with people. We don't get a lot of portrait type shots or event type shots too much on the show, and it would be cool to get more of them. So Jeff's saying, when he sent these images in, he said for these photos, they're a departure from his usual nature and wildlife stuff. He's done some photo work for his church recently, a couple birthday parties for senior citizens, Easter egg hunt for the children. And he's not a skilled event or people photographer. He says these are a few of the better ones. He says he does not have a commercial model release, but permission to share them. They've been shared on the church Facebook page as well as the website. And so neither my channel or Jeff's channel, YouTube channels, are commercial, so there's no problem. He says he knows all the people here, and there are no witness protection type things here, just folks that go to the church. They're all shot with the Canon EOS R7. He used the RF 24-105 f4. Indoor shots, he used a Godox flash in ETTL mode, and outdoor shots were natural light. So these first two images that you're going to see, he says, are from an older woman's 90th birthday party. So whenever you're around to see your 90th birthday party, you're doing pretty darn good in my book. So we all hope to get there, as long as we're getting there in reasonably good health. So this is the first image, and then we will throw up the next one. It's going to take a second for my external drives to wake up. I have to slap them across the side to wake them up. And then eventually the second shot will show up. Well, the mice, I hear the mice running around in the computer. There we go.
Tender moment there.
Yes. Yeah. I wish we'd see more images like this, because like we talked about a little bit last week, I mean, when we were young, these were really the only pictures that we ever saw, was our parents or aunts and uncles or whatever taking pictures of the family.
Exactly.
I never once in my life growing up did I ever have a relative come up to me and say, you want to see this great owl shot that I took? Never, never happened. And they were all people shots. So now the next two you're going to see are from an Easter egg hunt. So we will bring up one of those. Oh no, somebody didn't get an egg, I guess.
Exactly.
Somebody doesn't look too happy. Yeah, that's capturing a moment. Somebody's saying, "Where's my egg? I don't get one." And then we've got another one from the Easter egg hunt. Doing crafts in the church. Yeah, many of us did that when we were young. And then the last image that he sent in is you're going to see the woman that'll show up in the picture here in a second. It's her 100th birthday party. And he says she still gets around on her own 2 feet. She's an amazing lady. And
Wow.
he says he added a little vignette in post to the photo intentionally, darkened up the corners a little bit for effect. And as he says, there was nothing interesting in the edges anyway, so he decided to just darken it up a little bit. Which I find it interesting that and we all, as we get different lenses or we try out different lenses, and one of the pieces of criteria that kind of get drilled in our head from all of those that do lens reviews is, does the lens have a vignetting problem? And well, what's funny is, obviously most of them have. There's built-in corrections in your software that get rid of it in most cases, unless the software hasn't been updated to do it for that lens yet. But then many people intentionally vignette their shots anyway. So it's like we worry about it and get mad about it, but then a percentage of time we decide to actually do it on purpose. So it's kind of funny when you think about it. So thank you, Jeff, for sending in these pictures.
And provide us with some variety on the show today.
Yes, it is good. I see Wayne is in the chat, and Nikan is in here now. And let's see if I have missed anybody else, but yeah, I think I've caught everybody else so far. But he says he'll be back with his nature stuff next week. Well, the last time I checked, Jeff, people are a natural thing as well. We count as nature as well. What you got to do is you got to try to get the guy running through the woods not wearing clothes, and that would be an interesting nature photo if you can find that guy.
And Jeff and Leslie, I'm sure I have more questions for you on the flintlock guns that you built and how they work. And
oh yeah, I appreciate the craftsmanship that you do on that type of stuff. I used to have a woodworking shop, which I did, some furniture items with a friend of mine. We did furniture and a little bit, bunk beds, or we did, chests, blanket chests or stuff like that, and just stuff that we wanted to do for our house. But to take the time and go through and make a rifle like you do, that's period correct, in terms of, how it works and how it looks. That's why you're a good photographer, my friend. You have to have the patience to do that woodworking, and it carries through with your photography. Okay, next we have some images from Terry, our friend in Down Under. And we will bring his shots up here. Might take a second to load up. We are going to have a few. Terry does like to take Milky Way shots. For those of you that have not watched the photo review before, but Terry, does a lot of Milky Way shots. This particular shot is over what he calls Devil's Marbles, Northern Territory, 6 verticals in pano mode with the D850. Yay, D850 users. And he used the Nikkor 16 to 35 millimeter f2.8 at 35 millimeters, ISO 160. And very nice.
wow.
Very nice.
So Terry, I have a question for you. Is this D850 modified for astrophotography, what they call the hydrogen alpha? It looks fantastic. So
oh yeah,
I would like to learn more. No, is it regular sensor, no modification?
It's funny. I have a bad habit I've had it my whole life. It'll probably never go away. Is if I took an image like this, and this image is absolutely, you know, the way it should be. I have a habit of, like, I would be sitting there saying, maybe I want to brighten up the foreground a little bit, you know. I mean, you know, my mind just works that way, you know. But I mean, this is what, and I'm sure you maybe brought it up a little, brought the shadows up slightly, but you know, I have to stop myself sometimes and say, you know, this is how the image really was. Don't muck it up, Jeff. Leave it alone, you know.
So Terry told us that it's a panel, but the question also is this was the sky tracked or was stacked? Because I understand, I haven't investigated. There are different ways to do this.
Well, you could just do a pano with just a single images, or you could do, you know, like you said, you could do stacking, or you could just do bracketing and merge them together. So there's a lot of different ways of doing things, but we'll see what he says.
In tripod.
And he says in the tripod, yeah. And so we're going to show his next image because, you know, one is never good enough. I mean, Terry always comes up with a bunch of nice ones. Now, this next one that's going to pop up in a second. Wow, it came up. He called this a large Magellanic cloud. Now, this is your stack. This is 1,221 frames,
Jesus Christ.
manually moved and centered with no star tracker. Z9 with the 24 to 72.8 at 70 millimeters at f2.8 times 10 seconds. ISO 1250. So it took 3 hours and 45 minutes worth of shooting, plus
wow,
probably 5 years of him working on it on his computer to share this with us. I'm only teasing, Terry. You do this so much, you probably like everything's automatic for you, I'm sure, at this point. But
what lens did he use on this one, Jeff?
he used the 24 to the Z mount, 24 to 70 f2.8.
Fantastic.
Yeah, yeah. It's
See, the interesting thing about this is the Earth rotates 15 degrees every hour. You know, so that from the start of this to the end of this 3 hours later, that's 45 degrees. That's quite a bit of movement.
Exactly. And without a tracker, David.
yeah. And he says he moved it all manually and centered it.
Yeah.
Terry, you are once again. We talk about having to have patience, right? I mean, definitely, you got patience. There's no doubt about that. David does too with what he does. I mean, you gotta like. It isn't about quality. It's about quality. It's not about quantity. That's for sure. His next shot is of a superb fairy wren. And sometimes, and maybe I misspeak when I'm reading my own notes, because sometimes the stupid computer does a spell check and it quite frankly bastardizes the word and screws it up. I mean, I typed it in right, but then it changes it to something else. So I'll apologize if I reading off my cheat sheet and I say something wrong. I'm going to blame the computer. So we will bring that image up here next.
Oh,
this is he says this wren is 14 centimeters in size, long lengthwise, weighs 8 to 13 grams, which for those of us in the U.S. is 0.28 to 0.46 ounces. So basically, your letter you put in the mailbox probably weighs as much as this bird. This is using the, and I have a typo here. I'm assuming I think it's the Z9 with the Z180 to 600 at 600 millimeters. f5.6, ISO 4000, and it's cropped.
Male or female, Terry?
Aren't you getting kind of personal, Gustavo?
I'm sorry?
You're
Get
getting
kind of
kind of
personal.
personal?
No.
Male or female?
You getting personal with the bird.
Yeah, Terry went over and tickled its tummy and got it on its back and was able to figure it out, right? He says female. He's saying it's a female.
Those are beautiful. Very, very nice, Terry.
And then his last shot that he sent in is a wonderful shot.
Wow.
This is I really like this a lot. I like the color. I like the rotted out piers. And and it's like the vanishing pier, the way he shot it with it's really good.
It's a
but
panel
anyway,
or a single image?
he says he doesn't say it's a panel. He just says Old Pier, Clifton Springs, Victoria, Z9. Okay, I don't think it's a panel because he used the 14 to 24 millimeter 2.8 lens at 14 millimeter, f11, 1/125th of a second, minus 0.3, minus a third of a stop, ISO 64, edited and cropped. So yeah, so he's shooting this at the lowest ISO he can, and shooting it at f11, and there you go. I mean, here you go, perfectly sharp image, and you didn't have to do stacking this time. You just stop it down enough, and you pick the right. You don't, you focus. You take your focus point. The old days, they'd say go a third of the way in on the image, and then other people have different opinions on that. But and the whole image will be sharp, and it does work. Does work. Very nice job, Terry. Very nice set of photos that you sent in. We appreciate it.
Wow.
So thanks as always.
Great work, Terry.
Yep. The next set of images are from my friend Bob, who shoots with me. We probably get out at least 2 times a week, sometimes 3, depending on our body aches and pains. So his images are coming up, and he's got a few images of this gator. And this one is, you don't see the whole body, but it's not a huge one, but it's not one that's a year old by any means. This one's probably, this one could be like 3 years old, maybe. And we were leaving the park at the time, and we just turned our head, and there's this artificial sandbar now because the water level's so low in the pond that it's created an island. It's starting to look like it's getting ready to build condos in there. I think the water level's low enough where you could just like drain it the rest of the way and build houses. But so he got some pictures of this gator. So this is one of 2, and this one is with the 2 to 500 Z8 with the 2 to 5 ISO 1100 f7.1 1/1250th of a second. The next shot is the same settings, except for the ISO is ISO 900 on this next shot. Mouth is open a little bit more here. Like I said, once again, the Z8 with the 2 to 5. And yeah, he's got, you can just see his eyes. He's still kind of like saying, I could see you, and I'm thinking of food.
Exactly. You see, when they open their mouth, Jeff, you typically don't see this because they have that flap that we see at the back.
Yeah.
That closes the trachea from the mouth so that they can move their head underwater without drinking water.
Without drinking water. Yeah, it's like a flapper valve.
Exactly.
right? It's like a flat. It's like your flapper valve in your toilet. So Bob's next shot is of a
Oh, that's nice. I like that one.
nice little crab. Bob's sometimes crabby once in a while, so he likes taking crab shots. This is a 500 millimeter shot, ISO 1600 f6.3, 1/1250th of a second, and that's with the Z8 with the 2 to 5 as well. And yeah, it's neat. You see the hey, it's you take pictures of everything, and these guys are interesting to watch. Most people don't even notice them. It's funny. You walk on a pier or whatever, you look down in the mud flats, it's low tide. People walk, they're looking at birds, or they think they might see a gator, they're looking for birds. And sometimes you'll have 1,000 of these guys or more marching along the mud, and most people don't even notice them. They just don't look close enough to see them.
So what lens was using is there?
2 to 5.
Yeah,
2 to 5 with 500 millimeters.
And you can see focus on the eye, but the big claw is out of focus appropriately, correct? Because it's
even the eye stalk on the right is softer than the
exactly
on the left.
Wow. No, I like this image.
Yeah.
Those feather carps are interesting.
Yeah. And then his last shot was of a bluebird, and I love bluebirds. I think we all like bluebirds. And this was ISO 2200 f5.6 at 1/1250th of a second.
Beautiful. I like bluebird.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Bob, for sending these in. As always, we appreciate it. Yeah, when you're having a slow day, you go to certain areas where you're going to find small birds, in certain trees, and you just go there because sometimes those are the only shots you get that day that are worth anything,
Well, and this time of the year, the bluebirds are such a posers, correct? Because they are defending territory. So this eastern bluebird, it's I love them. Both the eastern and the western, and great target this time of the year. So
our next set of images are coming from our friend Martin Hill, and he has a bit of a story to go along with these. So he got some when recently we had the Aurora event where many people got to see the aurora that lived in areas where normally they would not see the aurora. And so he lives in Germany, and he was able to get some shots that he was very happy with. So I'll put up his first image as I read his commentary on the event. So he says, what an event. The aurora could be seen all around, and he's not that far north. It says he prepared for this for a long time and has gone out looking for aurora shots a few times, but never came home with anything worth showing. He says, I'm just not as good as David in reading predictions. He says this time, however, was a huge success for him. His only decent aurora shots before this were taken in Iceland. He says, but that's just too easy. And also they were not that colorful. So he says, anyways, he drove about 30 miles to the highest peak of his home mountain range, the Feldberg, Taunus, which is just short of 3,000 feet and has a big plateau with good views to 3 directions and relatively low light pollution for the greater Frankfurt area. He says the place, however, is pretty close to Frankfurt, so he had trouble finding a spot to park the car because there were already lots of people. He arrived when the sun went down. So this first picture, he says, shows the first moments of the aurora when it wasn't even completely dark. Funny enough, the photo is shot towards Wetzlar, which is where Leica is situated. However, since it is 30 miles away, is probably the size of 2 or 3 pixels with the wide angle lens. So if you want to see the Leica building, you better have a big magnifying glass. He says, mind you, the area is not very densely populated for the Frankfurt metro area, yet there's still lights all over the place, all small towns though. Moon was actually a thin crescent moon, but looks full in the picture. He says, I guess because of the long exposure. And he says he actually pulled back on saturation because he preferred the colors a little more muted than how they came off the sensor. Shot with the Z6 II, the Nikkor 20 millimeter AFS F mount, ISO 1600, 1 second, f2.2. So that's the first image. And we will go to his second shot. He's had people in this one. He says this was taken from the plateau. He says he moved a few steps back. He liked how the people outline against the aurora. He says that one dude is not trying to shoot himself. He takes cell phone pictures, I guess. Yes, he has his arm up, and it looks like he's aiming right at his head. Yeah, that could be a misinterpreted image, I'm sure. He says this was shot a few minutes later than the previous one, with the 20 millimeter lens, but it was a creative crop, and he actually cloned out a person in a yellow coat from the foreground, just to be transparent. He's letting you know that. And here he did not pull back on the saturation. He left it the way it was. Like he said, Z6 II, Nikkor 20 millimeter AFS F mount, ISO 1600, 1 second, f2.2. So the same settings. So then his next shot.
Wow.
Is, he says, after some time when the aurora subsided a little, he decided he wanted to drive elsewhere because it was becoming too full and people weren't very considerate, like loud and rude. And he was asked a lot about his camera gear, what it costs, and he was by himself, and he didn't really care for being bothered like that, you know. But anyway, he got back to the car, drove from the mountain to the town where he grew up, which was like a 40-minute drive, and he saw the aurora all the time from the car. He arrived at Bad Schwalbach, the place where he grew up in the lower Taunus area, and parked his car. He says was way easier, even though people were aurora watching there too. It felt way more pleasant, less packed, more decent people. And also it's way darker there. He says not the best views, but dark. So half an hour after midnight, the display was incredible. All kinds of colors, blue, green, red, magenta. Aurora was visible in all directions, north, east, west, south, and above them. And he says, he says this picture was taken from that area to the northeast, even though there was some light pollution to the east. There's a city of 30,000. It was still acceptably dark. Loves the violet curtains and the green and red blotches. Shot once again with the same camera, same lens that we've been talking about. ISO 1600, 2 seconds, f2.5, and he muted the colors on this one. And so that's that shot. And then we've got another one.
Wow.
He says, same spot, shot to the northwest. Love the streaks that have greenish yellow, green, orange, red, magenta, blue, violet, almost like a rainbow.
He
says, mind you, the colors were not that clearly visible, but rather a little milky. And I think David points out lots of times the aurora shots, the camera sees it better than your eyes do. You know, when you actually take the picture and you see the effect much more from your camera than you do from your naked eyes. Same camera, same lens. This case ISO 1600 again, but 5 second shot at f3.5. And he says, for those interested, location was about 50 degrees north. And he says, all in all, he could not be happier. May not be the best or most creative pictures, but as he says, they preserve a precious memory. And that is what photography is all about, is right, creating memories, capturing things that are important to you, that you want to remember, you want to look back on. So
And by the
thank
way,
you.
that sunspot, correct, David, has come around again. Correct?
Yeah, it's interesting. This is going to be the third kick at the cat for this sunspot. And every time it comes around, they change the number
Exactly.
because of the way that the system works. But
we need to keep watching.
But what I find is that the shorter your shutter speed, the better, because then it's less milky. You can actually see the shapes, and I try to keep it to less than 4 seconds, but it was pretty bright where he was, like you can shoot wide open and don't worry about being at all in focus, because it won't be. Your aurora is never in focus. You either want to have the foreground if there's something important there, or the stars.
I like the silhouette of the pine trees, correct?
Yeah, it's a great shot. There's nothing the matter with the shot.
Yeah.
And the big thing is to be there, and this is one of those few instances where having a 20 millimeter lens was too long. My 15 was too long, and I ended up buying another tripod with a ball head, so that for the next one of these is I'll be out with my 8 to 15 so I can shoot straight up. But it's this is a great shot, and great to be out there and get it.
Yeah.
So David, so when there is how many, how much in advance do we get time in the forecast? Couple of days, correct?
No.
A day?
The more accurate forecast is less than an hour.
Oh, brother. Okay.
Okay. It's what you want to do is watch what the sun is doing, and when it's setting off all of these flares, is the apps register the flares no matter what direction that they're going. And so it's only a small window from the flare when it leaves the sun that they hit us. We only want glancing blows, but still, it's what I've been doing is watching the sun activity, and if I find that it's getting be very active, is then they got 2 or 3 days notice, to be ready, and then you just start watching it. And I have a person that I follow, and this is her business, and so that I get good notice early. But it's still never much more than a day. Anything more than a day is like your weather forecast was 20 years ago. That's how accurate these forecasts are.
Now this event got a lot of people out there trying to capture images, because our next photos are from Rakesh. So Rakesh wanted to share a few images from what he called the recent aurora madness in the U.S. So this is one of his images.
Beautiful.
And so this was taken in upstate New York on Sunday, May 12th, 2024. This first one is with the Z7 II and 20 millimeter f1.8s. And so I'll let you look at this shot for a little bit. I like the reflection in the water. It almost looks like, colored searchlights, shooting up in the sky. It's kind of neat.
See, this is the advantage of a short shutter speed. You get to see the shape. And if you're using your cell phone, this is all kind of mixed together. And it's and the Nikon Z cameras, they're just amazing when it comes to this. And I was out last night with my Z9, and I actually got a little bit of aurora here. Nothing to write home about, but it was there.
Couple of days ago?
Pardon?
Couple of days ago, correct?
Last night.
Okay.
See, your camera can see it when the eye can't.
Mm.
And the other thing is, if you know what to look for in your picture, you can pick it out. Like I could see it well enough to know that it was there, but not well enough to give it to anybody. Nowhere near as good as this.
So
this is.
So David, if you know that is going to be a chance for an aurora, what would you recommend? You scout the location that you want to be, and so that you know your foreground, and then when the time comes, you drive to that place.
Well, it's just the same as as any other kind of photography. How that you set it up for your bird shots of what it is that you want, and this is figure out what you want for your foreground and whatever, and you've got to have something in the foreground, even if it's just bald ass prairie, But if you're going to have a bald ass prairie, you want to be able to see some of it in there, and you need a foreground object so that you can actually see how big the aurora is. Because some nights it just goes from horizon to horizon all the way around, but that's very rare. It usually, my normal go-to lens is a 28 because that's usually wide enough. But that being said, I have a 24, a 20, and a 15, and the 8 to 15 because there are times, well, very rarely when you want to go 20 millimeters and wider. But I probably used my 20 millimeter lens less than 10 times. My 15, I only got it this year, and I've used it 3 times. So you just don't know.
So like I said, this particular one he took with the Z7 II and the 20 millimeter lens. And the next shot you're going to see, he sent me 2. And the next shot, he did a vertical with the 35 millimeter 1.8 S lens. So you can see the.
Oh, I like it.
The difference.
Look like the beings are taking that to the mothership.
Well, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad I don't see any outlines of human figures like in those beams.
Exactly.
That I'd be like a little more than a little nervous.
But with the long exposure, you see the water looks so creepy. Amazing.
Yeah.
Great job, Rakesh, as usual.
Very good, and I'm glad you you edited out the humans that were getting beamed up so that we didn't get upset.
There's Robert had a question about shooting panos, and it moves too fast. It's like shooting a pano of a crowd of people. It doesn't work. You just got to be wide enough.
So that's what Rakesh sent in, and thank you, sir, for doing so. And I'm glad that many people were fortunate enough to have, to witness something in their neck of the woods that they rarely get to see. I mean, it's got to be a thrill to have some of these images in your portfolio now, that you probably never had before, unless you, traveled up where David is or went to Iceland or something like that. So it's got to be a thrill to be able to get these shots. The next,
Mosman had a comment. It's I use Aurora Pro a lot, and I use the paid version. And there's Space Weather Live is another one. And I think I go to 4 different sites. And the thing is, you got to look at them all. And maybe one is right, maybe none are right. And so you got to have an idea. And you start off with the KP, and then you look at the velocity. If the velocity is low, you're not going to see much. And then there's the density. You want a high velocity and a high density, and you want your BZ to be negative. Because if your BZ is positive, it moves the aurora to the north. If it's negative, it moves it to the south.
Mosman's saying that he wants your David Stewart branded app to put on the computer.
Well, I'll just phone Mosman up at 2:00 in the morning. He should be awake.
Yeah.
But usually by the time that the app tells you that it's good to be out there to shoot the aurora, you got to have your finger on the shutter button, because a lot of them are just too late with your notice,
The next image is Jim Eads, aka Real Nikon Lover from California. We communicate back and forth with emails, general discussion. He sends me pictures every now and then of something that he shot. So I asked him, he sent me a few pictures, and I said, "Are you okay with me sharing these with the photo review?" And he said, yes. So I got a couple shots from him. And so I'm going to throw up the first one here. And this is he was doing photo stacking. He found a red rose that had, he says, changed to a wonderful shade of magenta. And he set it on some discarded plastic pieces that he had and used a handheld LED flashlight to light it up. And this photo is composed of 50 shots. He says he used the shortest auto distance in the Z9 between shots at 3 seconds between shots. So he used the Z9 with the Nikkor Z105 millimeter lens, macro lens f2.8, tripod, 4 pieces of 10 by 14 plastic to diffuse and reflect light, and a cheap handheld mini LED flashlight. So he had ISO 64. He was in aperture mode, ISO 64, f3, 1/8 of a second, and -2 exposure compensation. And he used matrix metering. So this was his result.
Beautiful. Still life.
Yep, still lifes. Yep.
Very good. No, I love
it's funny. I remember, I mean, I don't know how common it is now, but I know when I was growing up, people had, you either had a landscape photo on your wall in your living room, or many people would have still life images on their walls in their living room, one or the other. So then he sent me another picture that I had put a smile on my face, because I remember this person from my childhood, and obviously Jim and I are probably relatively close, the same age as most of us are. This is a model car, signed car, 1992 Don Garlett's dragster, and So Don Garlett signed it to someone named Mickey Jones, and you can see the signature on the in front of the windshield there to the right, going down towards the front wheels. You could see the signature on the car. So he apprehended this for his collection. He has a lot of cars and truck models and stuff that he collects. So he didn't provide any information on this. Wait a minute, I got it on my screen. It's 1.3 seconds at f16 ISO 64 using the 105 millimeter lens.
I'm glad that Jim shared one of his model making projects here. Nice reflection, Jim. When you
Yeah, and Jim does like to do a fair amount of photo stacking as well.
Yeah.
On his images. Now he didn't state like that. I don't know if he did that on this image or not. If he's with us, he can comment on that. But I remember this guy from my youth. When I got Hot Rod magazine, and I remember this driver very well.
Wow.
But that's bringing back. That was a long time ago, man. So his next shot that he sent in is of a ladybug. And no pun intended, he says ladybug in parentheses, handheld. Get it? Handheld shot. I'm sure he put that in for comic relief. This was with the Z24-120 lens at 120 millimeters, aperture mode on the camera, ISO 64 f8, 1/250th of a second. Autofocus continuous, matrix metering. He says thousands of ladybugs at his daughter's house. This one didn't escape his grandson's eye. It wasn't intended as a macro shot, but the camera sure found that bug moving. Yeah, there were times in New England where you would, certain time of the year, you wouldn't open your windows in your house because your screens were covered with thousands of ladybugs. They were all over the screens on your windows on your house. Unless you wanted to have a ladybug infestation, you did not. You made sure you had the screens, and you'd never open a window without screens, or your whole house would be full of these little.
At least ladybugs are useful. Here in Colorado, in this area, we get these tiger moth, and then you get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them.
So then his next image here is no, he's got two more images. Yeah, two more images. So this next image is we'll call it playing possum. I'm going to call it playing possum. This was handheld as well. There's one also with the 105 millimeter with the SB 400 speed light, f5.6, 1/125th of a second, auto ISO, which ended up being ISO 280, autofocus continuous, matrix metering, animal recognition. He says this was a very difficult shot to get because the possum was in between his house and the air conditioning unit. So the flash was bouncing off of everything, and there was no ambient light as it was late night. The possum was about 10 inches long, and it was a juvenile. Yeah, I had a large possum, not a young one, a large possum in my backyard. And when I let my dog out at night, I have a floodlight that goes on automatically when it senses a motion detect floodlight. And sometimes I go out first and I trip the light to make sure there's nothing in the yard, because Patches loves to chase whatever she sees. And lots of times she chases a wild rabbits that go in between, can get in between the fence and munch in the yard. And one night I went out there and there was this huge possum in the yard, and I said, well, I'm gonna kind of shoo it off and get it out from the fenced in area of the yard, because I wouldn't want her to get entangled with a possum. I don't think it would work out well for either one of them, if you know what I mean. So got rid of it myself first. And the last shot Jim sent in was he also took a Aurora shot. This was from Southern California to Tehachapi. He used a Z mount, 24 to 120 millimeter lens, a tripod. He's at 24 millimeters, aperture mode, ISO 6400. He used bulb mode for approximately 2.5 seconds, f4. He says, to the naked eye, this aurora looked like pinkish fog moving across the sky. The camera saw much more than his old eyes did. It saw much more than a young person's eyes would as well. So it has nothing to do with how old your eyes are.
Part of it has to do with the way your eyes work. The colors had to be bright enough for you to see color. Otherwise, you just see black and white. So that, and that's just a fact of life. Nothing you can do about that.
But people got some very very nice images from having that opportunity to get these shots. So congratulations to all of you, and I thank Jim for sending in these images. And the next one up is I got a group of images from Randall, so I'll let Randall talk to his images rather than me. I'll just say that he stated in the email they were all taken with the Z7 II and the 300 millimeter lens. Randall, I'm assuming that's that 300 millimeter lens you recently acquired, if I'm not mistaken. But I will bring up your photos one at a time, and I'll let you talk about them. So give me a second to bring up the first one.
Okay, so I have the the F to Z adapter, and I'm using the Nikkor 300 millimeter f4. And I thought, well, let's see how sharp this lens is. It is pretty sharp. And you can see where I focus on the light bulbs and the fence is out of focus. And I am about 100 feet away when I took this shot.
You're shooting it wide open?
Yeah.
Okay, so all these are at f4?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you could tell that you were zooming, you were hitting those light bulbs.
Yeah. So the way I do it is, since it's a manual lens, I hit the magnification to get it that sharp. And sometimes the peak focus doesn't work. So I have to turn that off, and then I just have to turn on the magnification. And it works better for me that way.
Did you try it on the C8? Because the C8, the peaking works very well. I know this is a C7, but
yeah, Z7 II. Yeah.
So then
and it has the latest firmware. I was doing a series of what camera am I using now? And I had lenses with different adapters and trying to have people guess, well, you have so many cameras, it's hard to figure out what you're taking the picture with. I'm trying to prove that even with the older lenses, these pictures are fabulous. They're manual focus, but you can still use them.
We'll bring up your next one here.
Now, I'm hoping it's beautiful yellow flowers that comes out on this plant. It did not come out last year. So I've been watering it, and it's just growing and growing, but I still don't see the flowers. It's already June, and my crepe myrtles are finally blooming, but it seems like each year it just gets later to bloom. And but I was using the same lens, Did I have the information on there? Yep, I sure did. Excellent.
Yeah, you got
Yeah, the
One-
ISO 1200.
of a second, ISO 3200,
Oh, 3200. Okay.
3200 F4. Yeah,
What was your shutter speed? I can't read it.
1/200th of a second.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, but Randall, one thing that I heard from a horticulturist is some plants don't flower unless they're stressed. It's I have a vine
Golden
in
pothos.
what kind?
Golden pothos.
A golden pothos in my living room that's been there for 12 years, 14 years, whatever. And the previous owner, for the 6 years they had it, it never bloomed because it was treated with TLC.
Oh.
With me, I water it once a week, whether it needs it or not. If the temperature gets up way past 40 degrees, I got it in the shade. It's I've had as many as 4 blooms at the same time because I stress it.
So I'm going to say you yell at your plants.
No, I don't yell at my plants. It's just that sometimes I just don't water them as much. They don't get the TLC it deserves and all that stuff. But it flowers.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I just water mine, like once a week, maybe twice. But it's been raining quite a bit though, lately.
Well, maybe you got to put an umbrella above it.
Yeah. It is underneath a live oak tree though, so maybe it needs a little sunlight. I don't know. But,
Anyway,
yeah, it's a nice plant. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, Jeff and Leslie, I think, put in. And he said they had it with a question mark if it's pokeweed.
Oh, pokeweed. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
He says
Some
he
bird
said,
came by and did his dropping, and I got this plant, and I love it. But the
yeah, they're
first
saying
year,
if it is pokeweed, he says the birds really like the berries in late summer.
I've never noticed berries in it. So
So I'll put up your next shot, and this is a friend of yours.
yeah, Dusty. So what he's on is AstroTurf, but that was to get from my mom because you're supposed to pee on it, and then there's a little drawer that you pour out, and you can pour it out. Well, my mom's dog would just do the same thing, so she gave it to me, and I think they may have used it one time, and they've been like that ever since. They just like laying on it. So,
No peeing.
no peeing.
And
But that's
Well,
outside, correct?
the
Randall?
sad thing is the fake grass always looks better than your real grass in your yard.
And no bugs either. So
Bugs, yeah.
well, Randall, maybe you're supposed to pee on it first and tell them what to do.
What was it? Dance of the Wolves, where the guy marked, or no, it was another movie where he was in Alaska and he was marking his territory to keep the wolves out. So I can't remember it.
So here's your next image coming up in a second or two.
Okay, so the leaves are sprouting underneath. The roses are dying. A lady was selling them because she had to buy diapers or something for her kid. And so I gave her extra money, and she gave me an extra rose. So this is for Mother's Day. And I just put it in a jar. And that jar right there is for spaghetti noodles. You close it up and then you use them. So I just put some water in there, and it was tall enough, and I put the roses, and they were beautiful roses. It's still green, and leaves are growing off of it.
Oh,
So I just keep the water in it, and it's,
but did you see roots already or not, Randall?
yeah, It's starting to root.
Okay, well, so you're going to have a planting to do later on.
You resurrect it.
So I think I only sent 4 images.
Yeah, you just sent in these
Yeah.
4. So thanks for sending them in. And the next, let's see, let me get my cheat sheet up here because I do not memorize who sent in every single picture. I'm not that good. Okay, we have a few pictures here, 3 images, I believe, from Luis. So we'll have to tell him that his pictures got in early, so because he probably won't be in here for another hour. But anyway, his first image, and I think he had showed this or shared a similar image of this hummingbird moth. So this was with the D7100 DX mode, 18 to 300, or I don't know if it's DX mode, maybe it was a DX lens. It just says DX 18 to 300 at 200 millimeters. F9, 1/2000th of a second, ISO 1000. And he says this was in Spain. This was a couple weeks ago. He got this shot. Those are weird looking creatures. That's for sure. They're just weird.
Well, they fit right in.
They fit in with this show. Yes, they do.
Beautiful.
Now the next image he sent in was of a Eurasian curlew. Eurasian curlew in the rain in southern Netherlands, taken from inside his car early in 2024. He was testing the 180 to 600 Z mount lens with the 1.4 TC. So this was 180 to 600 plus the 1.4. So he was at 700 millimeters equivalent, f8 1/800th of a second, ISO 2000, and minus 0.7 EV. That's interesting. I like that with the rain.
That's one thing I've noticed with the new Z cameras is it picks up all this extraneous information like rain. And I find that I've been shooting loons that have been out maybe 100 meters away, and I pick up all the bugs around the loons, which you never used to do before.
Oh yeah. I took a similar thing. I took a picture. I think it was just of a wren sitting on a tree branch, and it was like had its head lifted up like it was looking at something, and then the something ended up being like the absolute smallest grouping of bugs in the air, and the bugs are tack sharp. You can almost read their tags on them. I mean, it's amazing you could pick up.
Yeah, I kind of like to be able to take a shot in the rain without seeing the rain, but that happens now.
Yeah.
It never used to happen with my Olympus cameras.
Well, you still got an hour and a half, David, where you could trade in one of your Nikons for an OM Systems body, get higher than trade-in value for it.
Well, I still have to have 3 Olympus cameras, so
Yeah.
Beautiful
The
image.
next shot Luis sent in is of a. Oh, I'm not going to pronounce this right. Let me bring the picture up first. It's a male Talamanca hummingbird. I guess I said that correctly. Talamanca hummingbird in the highlands of Costa Rica a year ago with an overcast sky. And this was with the Z9 and the 200 to 500 zoom at 500 millimeters, f5.6, 1/2500th of a second. He says seems exaggerated, but he was moving his head a lot while perched, and this was ISO 3600. So obviously, One of the things that a lot of people talk about when they shoot in Costa Rica is you have to deal with the fact that a lot of shots you're going to take are not necessarily well lit. Okay. You're in a tropical forest, right? So you're not in you're in the umbrella of the forest. So a lot of the shots you're going to take, your subjects might be the part of the branch could have a beam of light hitting it, and the bird might not, or whatever you're shooting at might be in the dark. So it's very, very challenging lighting situations in areas like that you have to deal with.
Beautiful colors. Although these overcast days for these type of birds are the best.
Yeah. Yeah. I love the color in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really nice.
Beautiful.
And I like the green on the twig too, on the branch. So, Luis, I know you're not here, but we'll tell you when you come in that we liked your images, and we thank you for sending them in as always.
That selective focus looks really good on this.
Yeah.
It's just enough of it.
Yeah, the foreground, at the bottom part, the foreground of the branch is sharp, and the bird is sharp, and then once you get past the bird, then it's all defocused from there. So yeah, he had a small window of like you said, a small window of focus, and that's one thing I like too, and you'll see it in one of my images is I like fooling around with if your subject is like this, where it's a side view shot, and the plane, the body of the bird is like on the same plane as your sensor. You can shoot wide open most of the time, and the bird's going to be sharp. Worst case, you stop it down one stop if you have to, but normally you could shoot it wide open, and it's going to be usually pretty doggone sharp. So it's really fun to fool around with that selective focus. And you'll see, like I said, I'll talk about it a little bit more at the end of the show when I show one of my images. But Luis, thank you very much for sending these in. And do we have anybody waiting to come in, guys? Because I didn't hear anything on my.
No, we seem to be okay.
So okay, because I'm only asking because the next shots are from Joey, our friend Joey, and I guess he's not able to come on tonight. So we're going to move on to his images. And let's see here. Give me a second.
Oh.
So Joey took a bunch of macro shots with his Panasonic S5 II, and he has one dash millimeter macro. I guess it's probably a 105, I'm sure is what it is, 105 millimeter macro, 2.8. So you're going to see several images that were taken with that combination. And then when he changes lenses, I'll tell you what shot that is. So he likes his whiskey shots. We got to ask him if he actually drinks any of it, or if he just likes taking pictures of it.
Well, he was using a Lumix camera, so I don't know if he has the 105 macro or the 100.
Well, he's got the S5 II, and that's an interchangeable lens mirrorless camera.
Yeah.
So he could, it would, like I said, for whatever reason, I think I copied it right from his text, and it just said 1 dash millimeter macro 2.8, but I'm pretty sure it must be 105. But anyway, so you got this one, and then we move on to the next one.
Nice.
Sherry.
He's into the drinking part here.
I almost think that Joey's got a drinking problem.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder. Awful lot of booze shots. Awful lot of booze.
But that's a nice image. Joke aside,
Yeah.
they playing with the colors was beautiful, and so such a short depth of field, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he shot this wide open as well. I mean, the only thing sharp is the cherry, which
Exactly,
I'm sure that was his intent.
exactly.
And
Well
so
done.
then, yeah, Joey, if you're out there in the Canadian universe, we thank you for your images.
It almost looked like the colors of the aurora in the back.
So this one, this cityscape shot, he said he took with the the S5 II with the 20 to 60 millimeter lens. You didn't say, what, I mean, it looks like he probably took it at 20 or around 20 millimeters, not 60 millimeters, but. So they're trying to hide the buildings, huh? Putting up plywood. And then his last shot he took with his Sony ZV-1. So this next one is a Sony ZV-1 shot.
Yeah.
It's nice and sharp. You can see that chestnut, the word chestnut is nice and sharp. The bags that the people are carrying, the letters on that are sharp. Even the sign in the background, everything is very sharp. Very nice. Yeah, and obviously it's raining, so that adds to the picture too.
So he said this is from where? Also from his New York trip, or?
He does not say where these were taken.
Okay. Confused here with the signs and the hot dog. It looks like still could be New York.
Yeah.
Well, it's not Calgary.
Well, we know the one before was New York, but
But anyway, that's what Joey sent in. So if he
beautiful.
if he pops on later, we can thank him for his submissions. And I heard I got somebody trying to come in. Give me a second.
Oh, there he is.
Somebody's here. It could be him. Oh, it is him. Oh, yeah. Come in after we show all your pictures.
Yeah.
Oh, how convenient.
Yeah.
You in cleanup mode here? You come in at the end and clean it up, clean everything up?
Exactly. It's what I got to do, guys. How y'all doing?
We did say nice things about your pictures. So the question is, were these images from when you were in New York?
Yes, the limited time I didn't have food poisoning. Yes, those were the 2
time.
days of exploration. So, yeah.
So the 100 millimeter is a macro also for the Lumix?
Oh yeah, the 100-2.8. Yeah, so it is a macro. It's a designated macro, actually. Yeah, it's awesome. No, I really like that lens.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 18 millimeter and the 100 millimeter. That's the only two I'm missing. So.
Nice. Yeah, I really liked it. I just shot with the 14-28 macro as well, and it was cool, but I think I would take the 100 over that any day of the week. It's kind of a neat lens. Like if you're outside doing some like architectural stuff, like you can get pretty close to the building and kind of get sort of a neat effect. But I don't know. It starts out, I think, at like 4.5 to like 5.6. And it was funny. I really didn't have anything to shoot for the video, so I ended up going to this old mall in downtown Calgary that's being closed, and they let me into the old theater, and they were tearing it all out. And I was looking at this lens and looking at the really dark lighting, and I was like, "Well, we're definitely going to put it through its paces. Let's see what happens."
Yeah, I like this this last image that up here is tack sharp. It's very sharp, very nice. I mean, you could.
Oh, is this one of mine? Is this mine?
Yeah.
That was with the ZV-1.
This is your
yeah.
This is with the ZV-1. It's very sharp.
Oh, yeah, I took that from an Uber, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I mean, everything in it. The
one on the drink with the cherries, Joy. I like that one.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Gustavo
Oh,
was getting thirsty. And our commentary was, Joe, that we're thinking that maybe you have a slight drinking problem, maybe.
well, I love having a distillery as a client. It's fun. It's always great. Well, and the guys there are really cool because like they let me, if I'm doing stuff for my YouTube channel, they're like, just give us the photos, like, you know, just do your thing. So they let me into the grain room, and yeah, it was cool. But yeah, this was actually on the way back with the food poisoning. I was stuck in an Uber. I was dying, and I was like, well, I might as well take some photos.
So do you get free samples of the distillery of what they make?
We can't talk about that, Jeff.
Oh, see,
every now and then they'll give me some product to like take up to the mountains or, you know, do different stuff with that way. But no, generally speaking, not usually. I'm a pretty light drinker these days. I, you know, have the occasional beer. Like tonight, I'm having a beer, but you know, generally speaking, it's not something I do a ton of anymore.
well, the closer you get to your wedding, I think you'll start drinking a little more.
Oh, Jeff, it's the opposite. I got my suit fitting coming up, and I've cut 17 pounds in the last 4 weeks. So it's been intense, and that's after the food poisoning, for the record.
Wow. So that ends up being a good weight loss program.
Oh, excellent! I'm going to go back to that restaurant, 100%.
Yeah. Hey guys, I need to lose another 17 pounds. What did you give me last time that almost killed me? Give me that.
It was a roast beef sandwich.
A roast beef sandwich, or did you? And oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, it wasn't good, but sorry. Anyways, I'll let you guys get back on track. Sorry, I don't mean to interject.
No, that's
I can only
okay.
stay for about 30 minutes.
We were wondering if you were going to pop in or not, because I says, oh well, I guess we're going to be showing Joey's images without him, but at least you popped in to do cleanup here and talk a little bit about them, which is good.
Thanks,
so
appreciate it.
Thanks for sending them in. And our next images are from the illustrious panel member, Mr. David Stewart. So he will get to talk about these images as I pop them up. He sent in 5, I believe, if I remember correctly. So we will show up his first shot here. And David, you take it away, man.
Okay, this was shot in Vancouver of the 9 o'clock gun. This is it's remotely controlled, and it's an old style cannon. So this is powder, and I entered this competition. It was a black and white competition with the group that I belong to in Vancouver. It had to be a Vancouver scenery, and this is when I shot this. I had one hand holding up my umbrella, because it was raining cats and dogs and everything else at the time. That's how come there's no people in the picture, because it was raining too much. But this is actually a composite of 3 or 4 images. And
do you have to wear earplugs as well?
I shot this with my 14 to 30. But I didn't wear earplugs because I was a bit far enough away, and it was aimed the other way. But the flame does come out more than 10 meters.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, good thing there's nobody in a rowboat when that thing goes off.
Well, I've seen people in boats offshore when this goes off. Yeah.
And hopefully there's no seaplanes either. That'd be scary. Coming in
Oh,
from
the seaplanes go by there, but a bit further away, you know. But that is on the part of the harbor where the seaplanes come in.
So
and you say that's every at 9 p.m.
Yeah, 9 p.m. every night.
Okay.
And for a while they ran out of gunpowder. and how they would ever run out of gunpowder when for the next so many years, every night at 9 p.m. you need this much gunpowder. You know, but for a while that they did, so that I ended up emailing them about a month and a half in advance to make sure they were going to have enough.
It's kind of like it's like a carpenter running out of nails.
Canadian Army has the same deficiency issues.
Yeah.
Run out all the time.
Well, it all depends on where you go when you're involved with them. There was one unit that I was with, we didn't have any allotment, and so what we did is we figured, well, this is what we want, this is what we'll ask for, and we were never turned down, and because nobody was smart enough to say no. But we also went to the proper stores that had everything. You know.
We're gonna throw up your next image here, David.
Ooh.
It's pretty.
Yeah, my camera ran out of color.
Nice.
This is in Jasper National Park. And I don't have any Aurora shots because Jeff already showed them a week or two ago.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Love the texture in the rocks there.
Yeah.
Now,
And-
is that ice there on the left of the water flowing?
Yeah.
Or is that just another place where water's flowing?
That's ice. Snow and ice.
Snow and ice. Okay. That's what I thought.
This I shot with my Z Foxtrot handheld. And the thing that I really like about the 8.9 and the F is I can go down to a second handheld, and the image stabilization is just fantastic. You know, so I almost feel like putting my tripod away, but I still use it.
Throw up your next one here.
Cool shot.
Well, this is typical Canadian.
Oh yeah.
You know, you've got to have two people in the canoe going across the lake, and they don't know what they're doing, but they're trying to paddle.
Well, they're going to Tim Hortons, eh? They're doing their Tim Hortons run to get some coffee and donuts.
And I hope that their arms don't wear out before they get to where they want to go, because looks like a big body of water. It's like,
Yeah, this is at Jasper. Yeah.
like you have two guys talking to each other. I don't think we could make it. I can't move my arms.
Well, the thing with the canoe is you can take your time, you know, and you paddle so along on one side, and then you switch and you paddle on the other. It's just that one person has got to be on one side and the other person's got to be on the other.
Yeah.
You know, unless you really know what you're doing, then only one person has to paddle, and he can paddle on the same side the whole time and turn both directions. But that's only if you know the J stroke.
Which every Canadian knows. I'm kidding. No.
You're trying to do a U-turn.
Well, you're not a Canadian until you have sex in a canoe.
Oh my.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Bleep. Gotta do another
I'm more of a kayak kind of guy.
sleep moment.
You know, only one person fits in the kayak.
The next thing you know, Dave is going to start talking about the difference between inboards and outboards.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Good thing Chuck isn't here. Oh my.
And this is
Like
about a
this.
half an hour east of Jasper.
Beautiful.
Yeah, those are now how I don't know if you know or not. You probably do, David. But you're very good at knowing your locations very well. What's the height of that mountain range there? Do you know offhand?
I don't know, but it's high enough that there's no trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see that there's but no trees halfway up.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they disappear.
And I don't know if there's any glaciers in this area or not, but I don't think there are. But lots of times on the north-facing slopes, there will be ice there all year round.
We'll put up your last shot here. Oh wow! Now, all of a sudden, I feel cramped.
Yeah, this is with my 14 to 30 on the ZF.
So is this like one of those things where they say, yeah, this is the only way you can go if you could fit through the other side?
Well, the nice thing about this is the distortion from the lens when you're shooting at 14 millimeters.
Yeah.
Beautiful, David. Great photos, David.
Yeah, you want to use the distortion to your advantage.
Yeah, this one is your eyes dance all over this image, looking at the curves and the textures and like I said, looking like you're not making it to the other side. I like it. Yeah, really cool. Mm-hmm. Really cool shot.
Sick image.
Oh,
looks awesome.
Thank you, David, for your submissions, and the next person on the photo review Hall of Fame is going to be Anita. Anita's shots are next. We'll put up her first shot.
I see we recognize the mustache on this guy.
Well, he looks he looks like he resembles somebody on the panel.
Exactly.
And this was, she says these were at Jasper National Park as well with the Z6 II. And she kept her Z. Okay, she used the Z6 II because she kept her Z8 set up for birds and animals, except for one shooting the aurora. She used the Z mount 24 to 70 lens. They were all handheld.
And this goomer keeps getting in her pictures.
Well, it adds a sense of scale.
Exactly.
Which is why you like to have a person in some of these images, so you can really appreciate, how large everything really is.
Yeah, and this mountain in the background, in the middle of it, is a glacier. It's there all year round.
So then put up her second shot here. This is an in your face shot, that's for sure.
I love the contrast. Like you can really see on the side slope there on the right where that glacier would have just carved away at, the rock and the mountain when it was first moving. And it's really neat with a lot of glaciers where you can see that movement as they've been receding, and even just random rocks, like out in probably about an hour outside of Calgary, there's this huge rock just sitting in the middle of this farmer's field. It's called the erratic, and it's just this massive stone, and it got left there by one of the glaciers back in the Ice Age. So this is really, really cool shot.
Well, I like looking at the bottom of the image of those trees that look like samplings, but I'm sure they're not. It's just a from a scale point of view, the rest of the image, everything is so high up, it makes these trees look like they're about, they're like 2 years old or something. And I'm sure they're pretty large trees.
They're probably about 10 meters tall. It's just that the weather there being so cold,
So
being
David,
supposed, they
is
just
that
don't
from
grow.
that? Is that from that place that you have like a parking lot and there is some people that can go and have
Yeah.
some boogies? Okay. Because the interesting thing about this, I mean, the actual glacier is in top of this mountain, correct? Because it's a one of those shield, correct? So what you see
Well,
here is the edge of the glacier.
there's another one that's halfway up.
Exactly.
Yeah. And this picture you can't see the buggies that actually go on the glacier.
Exactly. That's the
Yeah.
one that is on the further to the left, correct?
Yeah. Further
This is
to
the
left. And this
Columbia
one-
ice fields, right?
Columbia
Yeah.
I feel exactly.
That's sweet.
I mean, I love to see this picture, but I also love if you look at Google Earth to see actually the glacier from the top. It's amazing, correct? Because you only see the top of the mountains emerging from the glaciers.
Yeah.
We'll put up the next image here.
Ah, beautiful.
Yes, very nice. Very, very nice. See,
And this is what we have to put up with whenever we go to the mountains.
Yeah, that's your living room landscape shot right above your couch. Yeah, I just like how the mountains just make those trees look so small, and you know that they're gigantic, but they just look so small. That's really nice. Do you know now? Was this from a single shot, or was this a pano? Do you know?
Anita says it was a panel.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. I like that's really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, Eva, thanks for the comment. And like I said before, my Aurora shots didn't make it this time because Jeff already showed them.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been sneaking in some pictures on every show. I think it's good fill in, as well, to if somebody has something that they want to share, on any of the other weeks we do the live stream. I mean, we're going to have the dedicated, photo review the first Saturday of every month, but it doesn't mean that you take something that day that you're really excited about and you want to share it. We could still share images. So there's no set rules on this show. It's pretty flexible. I'll put up her last image here.
Beautiful.
Yeah, very, very nice.
So all these are from that road that goes from Banff all the way to Jasper.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
actually, no, they're not. There's some of them are from Saskatchewan River Crossing.
okay.
The road that goes here. Oh, and some or one of those was from the road between Jasper and Hinton.
Okay. Love this curve.
Yeah.
This river bend. You just need a grizzly there in the margin of the rocks there at the bottom.
Well, I was amazed at the amount of wildlife that we saw on this trip. We saw 3 bears, which is 3 bears more than I normally see. We saw that many sheep that we stopped counting because there's one time we saw 40 at the same time. Usually if you see 5, that's lots. And elk, there's I'm sure there's elk farmers that have fewer, but there's lots of wildlife. It's I got some half decent eagle photos, but not good enough for here. And we got too many bird photographers in this group for me to show birds.
We're not that critical. We're not that mean, David.
Well, I'll rather show other stuff anyway.
Great images, Anita, as usual.
Yes, thank you very much to David and Anita for their submissions.
Awesome shots.
And I know everybody's thinking that here we got a photo conspiracy, because you're going to think that in a minute, because so many people on the panel in a row whose pictures I've shown. But unless somebody's on the panel and they're leaving early, believe me, all these images are shown in the order in which I received them. Okay, I don't do any moving anybody in a different spot. The only time I do that is if someone on the panel is leaving early. I want them to be able to comment on their images before they go, in which case I'll pull theirs in early if necessary. But these are all in the order in which they were received, and we flow right into another panel member here, who knows who he is, Mr. Gustavo, and we'll let him talk about his images.
Yeah.
He sends me a 1A and a 1B, so this is a 1A shot. This is a 1A
Exactly.
shot.
Just pushing the limit of the system. So this actually from last year. There was a big flowering of the yucca plants. Okay? So that's one favorite subject. Actually, David and Terry, I'm looking forward this year. There is the yucca plant, because that's the quintessential plant of the plains, the high plains here. Correct? Is to have these guys in the foreground with the aurora in the back. So that's what I would like to see, because you see they when they flower all at the same time. So that's the top of the stem with all the flowers. So the flowers are big, correct, and white. And then the next one is it's a close up.
Now, did you spray these with a hose
No,
before you took the shots, Gustavo?
no,
Because I know
no,
that you create images sometimes, you know.
no. I do, but this was just in the morning. This is the real
Morning dew.
Mountain Dew. Actually, these were in front of my house, correct? So I just step out quickly and go some pictures. Not so many flowers sometimes, but so I like the the vertical composition. I think these were taken on with a 105, or no, these were taken with the 24 to 120.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, showing the versatility of that lens.
Yeah. 24 to 120 works good for flowers. It really does.
Exactly.
If you don't feel like bringing your macro lens with you, I mean, bring your 24 to 120.
Yeah, but I do like the yucca plants, flowers. Very, very choice.
People that don't like them call them yucca plants.
Yes. So this was but anyway, so that's the typical plant here on the higher plains. All right.
Bring up your next one.
Yeah, so this is a bush tit. Okay, so I was waiting for other birds near the feeders, and this guy came, and this is a good transition because you can see this is an old stamp of a yucca plant. These are tiny, tiny birds, and then he came around. So I turned around and gave me a chance to get a female bush tip, which in this case are more beautiful. If you look at it in detail, it has a kind of yellow ring around the eye. These are so cute and puffy. Right?
Kind of like kind of bluish gray, huh?
Yes.
Bluish gray with some tan in it too.
Exactly. And I don't recall, I cannot see from here. I said it a couple of weeks ago. I think these were taken with a 600.
Yeah, you got 600 at wide open at 6.3.
Yes. So he's eating all the yucca, correct? So you can see the this is from the yucca from last year. So now I love these little ones, but they don't come to the feeder that much as the other one. I think Greg has them also as well in California.
Give me a second here too.
But these are super cute.
Yeah, give me a second. I gotta. What? Uh-oh. Okay, just trying to fix my screen on my laptop here. Everybody's being quiet in the chat. No one said anything in a while. I thought something was wrong with my computer.
These
Everybody's
photos are too captivating.
yes,
Gustavo. You've
everybody,
captured the minds and spirits of everyone.
everybody is hypnotized.
But
So
all
now's the
jokes aside,
time.
Gustavo, like these
Yeah.
are so sharp, man. Like they are so sharp, and like I know you nailed the focus. And there's so many photos I was editing earlier today that the focus wasn't there. It just wasn't. My editing wasn't focused. The photos weren't focused. This is a sick photo. Great one.
I'm actually the background. For me, the background make the photo here. Right?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's not. It's
background's
nice to
awesome.
have it's nice to have a background that you could just kind of like it fades away. It just looks nice, but you still have enough detail, to know what it is. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So here's your next shot.
Okay.
Talk
So
about
this, so this one, I was waiting all year to try to make this image, correct? Because we're talking about the bluebirds, and this is the western bluebird, correct? And I know for a couple of weeks we have these guys nesting around, and there is uh, the crabapple tree in flower, correct? So you need to try to get the two together, correct? So I had to select a branch and try to put it close to where the bluebirds and hope that they land where I wanted, and that happened. So again, this goes with a lot of planning to try to get this one.
I had to run away and get some liquid refreshment.
Got to stay hydrated.
Yeah,
It's key.
So,
and then
unfortunately, I didn't have that many opportunities this year. I got a couple of those that were the flower were still there, and the flower lasted enough for them to get and land where I wanted. Right? And so this will be a recurring theme where I try to get this type of image.
I heard that you put super glue on the branch, so the bird got stuck there.
Exactly.
Next shot.
Whoa, that's a cool one. I like
Yeah.
that one.
And of course, this is the trick in this you want is that if you put something high enough near where they have their nest, and I put the nest boxes, you can bet that they go on land because they're going to defend that area, correct? So there is a lot of planning that goes with that one. So you look for the perch, and sometimes you bring the perch closer, and eventually they will come and land. So you have to be ready, correct? So I like this landing gear. Unfortunately, we don't have pre-capture roll, so I cannot do this. It will be nicer if we have pre-capture roll for the CA and C9.
Yeah, I think it needs a manicure. Those toenails are pretty sharp looking.
That's scary. I'm just imagining my eyes
Yeah.
get scratched
Yeah.
out.
Later on, we can go in, but you can zoom in. Yeah.
You're sharper now, man. You nailed the focus on this one too, Gustavo. Clean shot. That's awesome. Like I've never been into birding, but this makes me want to give it a try. Like this is such a cool
the
shot.
trick here is to actually to focus on the branch, correct, and be ready with your.
Well, that's what you would have to do back in the old days when you didn't have autofocus or anything. You'd have to focus on the branch, and you would have to wait for something to fly along that same plane of focus. That was the only way you'd get the shot.
You still have to do it a little bit, right? Because if you keep it on all the picture you can have one of those bigger areas, but the area has to contain the branch where you want to land. because it's not when you press your shutter release, it go to the background before the bird, and then everything is out of focus. So some of those tricks still apply today.
Well, I'm saying like the old days where you had manual focus lens, right? You'd focus
Exactly.
on the branch, and maybe you wouldn't shoot it wide open at f4. Maybe you'd shoot it at f8 just to make sure that you got some
And
wiggle
I
room with the
and
depth
I
of field.
believe I don't know, Jeff. I can read my own text, but I sometimes for this one I also shoot them at f8.
Yeah, you were at well, you were using the TC,
Yes,
right?
exactly. But
So
without the TC.
yeah, well, yeah. So you were shot it at f8 1/5000th of a second.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. You have to have the right. I can only do this very in the morning where the light is spot on those branches, correct?
No,
That's
very nice shots, Gustavo.
great work. Just
Now,
before you guys start the next one, I got to run here, but great seeing everyone. Awesome photos, and yeah, looking forward to seeing you all next week. I'll have a little more time. I'm playing Halo with one of my buddies, so I gotta go try to defeat him in Mortal Kombat as one does on a Saturday night.
so you have your priorities properly in order then.
Never, no. He's your guys' age too. Don't worry about it. It's okay. He's got his Xbox. He's good to go. I'm kidding. No, but all jokes aside, guys, it was really nice seeing y'all, and yeah, just really cool photos. And Gustavo, like, this is so cool. Like, I love seeing these sorts of shots of birds because, like, birding is never something I've tried. Like, I've never been like, all right, this is going to be like, I take pictures of bricks and buildings, right? But shots like this make me want to give it a try, and I've got my 100 to 400, so I really don't have an excuse now. So maybe for next photo share, I'll push myself a little bit and try to get some blurry photos of birds. Yours are in focus.
We got Roy taking pictures of birds now, so it's your turn.
All right, I'm going to push myself. I will take a picture of a pigeon or a Canada goose.
Canada goose. All right. Thanks for stopping by. Your timing was perfect just as we were finishing up your images.
Yeah, perfect. Guys, everyone in the chat, have a great night, and we'll see y'all next week. Have a good one.
Take it easy.
Night, Joy.
Yeah, good night.
Night. So the next shots we showed on another show, but the gentleman sent me some more specific information on what the settings were on the shots. So I'm going to share them again because not everybody, watches us every week. So I threw these shots in as part of the photo review from Mr. Tim Hunter. And these were shots that he took in Japan. So I'm going to share 4 images that he took and give you the settings that he had on the camera because we didn't talk about that when he shared them a week or two ago. So we'll bring up the first image here. So this was obviously a police car, and this was with the Z8 with the 24 to 70 f2.8 lens at 38 millimeters. He shot it wide open at 2.8, 1/200th of a second, ISO 500, and this was shot in. I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Shibuya. I guess that's how you say it. And obviously it, it's got a lot of the pictures that he had taken, that it was raining. It seemed like it was raining all the time. Everybody always had umbrellas. So his next shot that he had shared, I like this shot a lot, with the girl and the reflections on the, I don't know if it's brick or cobblestone road here or pavers, but the reflections are fantastic.
Beautiful.
This was, let's see. This was with the 24 to 70 2.8 lens as well. at 24 millimeters, wide open, 1/200th of a second, ISO 450.
The shape is so of the reflection is so memorizing.
Yeah, yeah,
Wonderful.
it's really nice. Really, really nice.
And the angle, Tim, is very good. I love the angle.
Yeah. Now his next shot, he I don't have any information on settings on this particular one.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
It has a lot of intimacy, the photo, because you see everything close and compact there. Right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously these walkways are for people. You're not going to even a small. You're not going to fit anything through there that has wheels on it, other than maybe a motorcycle or a bicycle.
Exactly. Fantastic photo, Tim.
So
You're making us, Tim. You're making us want to go to Japan.
yeah, I think there's one more here that he sent in here.
He's saying these are new images, Jeff.
Yes, they
Okay.
are. Wow.
Well, I think he shared the police one. I don't know. I guess maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe because I get to see him first. Maybe I thought I showed him on a different show.
No,
But
these are all new.
But I
These are
think
all
he
new.
was. I think he did share some though from Japan because he was talking about it. I think
He did, but
Yeah.
different images.
different ones. Okay.
Beautiful.
Well, Jeff, you're telling us you got 2 shows a week now, and you're not telling us about the other one?
Shh, no. It's a secret. It was.
and I like that he did all these kind of in portrait mode. For whatever reason, I like to photograph a lot in portrait. Sometimes there are certain aspect ratios that pleases you, and certainly I like the fact that Tim took all this in vertical. Beautiful.
Yeah, I think when you have even with birds, if you have like tall grasses and stuff like that, I like to I'll do both landscape orientation and a vertical because the vertical with when you have elements that go from the bottom of the frame up like grasses do, certain grasses. It adds interest that it's vertical at times, so it's good to mix it up and at least have some vertical images, even with your wildlife photos.
Yeah, no, I like them a lot. Tim,
Good job,
Yeah.
Tim. Let me see. Give me a second here. I just want to. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm gonna redo my feed here. My chat on my laptop is not updating at all. So something's going on here. What the heck's going on? Give me a second. I got to try technical difficulties.
I've been having a lot of computer problems this week too. Mac and Windows.
Yeah,
You have been building computers.
Yeah, 3 of them this past week.
Exactly.
yeah. My laptop locked up is what it is because I can't even. My touch screen isn't even working. I can't see my mouse. What the heck?
Good zooming.
No, you know what that was? I thought it wasn't working. My pointer on my laptop was on my desktop monitor.
Yeah, I turned that off. I hate that when that happens. You can go to different computers.
Yeah, so I'm like, what the heck's going on? And So it's going to take me a minute to.
I mean, it is nice when you have the keyboard and mouse shared, but when you have different computers, then you have to look for the mouse.
Exactly.
Yeah, now I can see all the. I'm like, remember I said that, gee, no one's commenting in the chat? It was because, nothing was moving on my laptop screen. I thought everybody was being really, really quiet. I should have known better.
No.
So, Tim, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next. This is driving me nuts. Yeah, the sharing of the mouse pointer here.
Well, we can see the mouse is in this screen.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, our next image, we got Mark Lynch sent in an image here, and with the titles, "Who Needs a Stump Grinder?" and you'll understand why in a second.
Oh my God.
I don't need no stinking stump grinder. Just call in the professionals.
Exactly.
Call in the pileated woodpeckers, and they will they'll take care of the stump.
Wow.
Yeah, that's funny. And I'm sure there was a lot of insects. If that looks somewhat like, it looks like that wood is very, very soft, so there's probably a lot of termites or something in there.
Great image.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that you saw them, you don't see them very often. And then so Mark sent in that one, and this was in the rain, using a Z8 and the 180 to 600 at 1/1000th of a second, ISO 800. This was in southern Lancaster County, Pennsylvania.
So Mark is saying that you skip one image, Jeff, or maybe you put it in a different order.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, because I got two files here, and I'm only seeing one picture. So what I might have to do, I might have to cheat here. And do things a different way here. So bear with me, folks. And I'll have to see his.
Yeah, that's true. Go back in the film stream, because I think I saw. But I think the image was there, Jeff.
You think it was there? Because I'm in my email now.
Because I see the image. There was a pileated woodpecker that was a little bit closer. Look. So which image number is this one? The problem is that the film strip is secured by the logo. No, the other way. Yeah, that close up. 20. I can. Yeah. You see the one before this one.
Okay. It got covered up by the. I got like a bar on my screen.
Okay.
That's
a close up of the.
Yeah. Here we go.
Beautiful.
Here we go. So it was there. I didn't screw up. It just is. So I have to move the film strip sometimes, because I got this stupid thing that shows up that says Restream is sharing a window, and it. Okay.
But that was the right way to show it anyway. The overview and now the zoom in. Great image. I tell you, that's with these new cameras, low contrasting weather, rain, is so much nicer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So Mark, thanks for noticing that. I mean, because I thought it was weird that it was just blocked by something that you guys can't see on your computer. That unfortunately I get all these things that pop up when I'm doing this that block my film strip. So I didn't notice it, but apologize for that. But yeah, I like my favorite woodpeckers are the pileated and the red-headed woodpeckers. Those are the two I like the most.
Woody.
Affiliated are the, as far as I know, are the largest ones in North America, as far as I know.
They are.
So the next images we're going to see are from Michael Drees. And so I'm going to put one up here first.
Okay.
And so thank you, Mark, once again for sending those in. I appreciate it. And I love pileated, so it makes it a treat for me. Michael sent this image in, and he had a little story to go along with it. He apologized for being a little slow getting the pictures into me, which, hey, I don't care. You send them in, you send them in. Believe me, I get a lot of them in the last day. Believe it or not. He says, but he's blaming me. So this is a funny story because Michael's blaming me that he was late getting the submissions in, but it's my fault because he watched my video on the Nikon ZF twice and he couldn't resist buying one as an everyday camera to use with vintage lenses. So it arrived last week and he's been busy learning the camera. He says, no regrets. It's the most fun camera he's used in a long time. He ended up getting the moss green color, which is what Mozman was looking for. And he received a nifty backpack for free as part of the promo.
Okay.
So this is a black capped Chickadee with the Z8 with the 600 PF, f6.3 at 1/4000th of a second, ISO 3600.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Great image.
Give me a second. My dog wandered off. I got to make sure she's just going on the couch and doesn't have to visit the outdoors, if you know what I mean. Give me a second.
Mossman Green. So when Jeff comes back, we can see if he can zoom in to find out what is
Lay down.
what is he carrying, because he's bringing food, taking food away from because the chickadees don't make the holes. They use woodpecker holes.
Yeah. Looks like he's just cleaning out the debris.
Exactly. So
Cleaning out the debris. But yeah, I love that shot. It's really nice.
beautiful. These are tricky.
And
Zoom in
so
a
he
little
said
bit.
he used pre-capture for this.
Okay.
You'll be happy. He used pre-capture to catch the
Okay.
bird coming out of the nest cavity. He says it took numerous frames to capture one with the good wing position that he wanted. He kept hiking up the shutter speed to maximize sharpness. Because even at this speed, the wings are partly blurred, which he rather likes. This is at 1/4000th of a second.
Yeah.
So
That's
that
really
bird was moving. That bird was flapping.
No, pre-capture is fantastic. Just had to be in raw. Now in this case, Michael did very well
Yeah.
because he had
Now,
good light conditions here.
now his next shot.
Beautiful.
He says this. Let me get. He says he found a few good locations for spring warblers near his house a few weeks ago during peak migration. He visited one of the spots during a gentle morning rain. You can actually see some water droplets on the chestnut-sided warbler's feathers. Says he really enjoyed the experience. The colors really pop under these conditions. This is with the Z8. Yeah, you can see some water droplets at the bottom of some of the leaves that on the branch that the bird's sitting on too. This is a Z8 with the 600 PF, f6.3 1/400th of a second, ISO 2500.
Beautiful. And you see, this photo for me works, correct? So the bird is not that big in the photo, but it is looking up, and it's on the back, but it works, correct? Sometimes the composition works no matter what, correct? And in this
Yeah.
case, beautiful image. Love it.
Yeah. Now this is one just for interest, as for a different look. You could take the same image and crop it vertical and see what it looks like too.
Exactly.
It'd probably give you, it would be an interesting look as well. But there's nothing wrong with this image at all. But I'm just
And
saying.
this is with a 600 PF as well, correct?
Right, the 600 PF, yeah. And so then he has, get the next one up here.
Oh,
Yeah, my dog's got to go out, I think. So I'm going to read the description here, and then I'm going to have to run her out because my wife's not here. I'm the only one in the house. So he says this image was captured during a photography group outing in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. One of the participants had a glass lens ball, so he set up the ball near a water puddle in front of a mural. He flipped out his rear LCD and laid the camera on the pavement, played around with different compositions until he felt he found the perfect angle. He says, I like the cityscape reflected in the glass ball. He always thought these things were a bit gimmicky, but they're a blast to use. So this is with a Fuji X-T5 with a 27 millimeter 2.8 RWR lens, f8, 1/200th of a second at ISO 1000. So I'll let you guys talk about this image for a few minutes while I let the dog out. I'll be right back.
yeah, I love it. Kurasi, that reminds me one of your photos. So beautiful. I love the blue and the black, and I can see the image on the left side of the ball, the city portion. And
I've got a friend of mine that uses a glass ball in his images a lot.
Okay.
And the focus is different from what you see in the ball compared to everything else.
Okay.
And like it looks like it's in focus in the ball, but the rest is out. But you can play with that because the ball actually acts like a lens.
Exactly. And I like the fact that there's some texture in front of the ball, correct?
Oh yeah.
Which I presume is the pavement, is just the street, right? Because he said that this is a puddle. Nice.
Yeah. And the low angle gives you quite a different effect. Something that you don't see that often is you got to go back to the days that you're 6 months old but you don't remember what it was like. But it's just kind of like the field of view. Yeah. But it's another great shot, We've been.
Yeah, you make a good point, David, that exploring all these angles, correct? We tend to shoot a lot of our, high level, but sometimes the best composition is ground level. In the case, you put the camera on the floor.
Well, I'm starting to shoot much lower, and it's easy with the viewfinders because you can tilt it now.
Exactly.
The only thing is, if it's bright out, it's hard to figure out what you're aiming at. But anyway, that comes with practice.
Exactly.
You know,
And a little bit of experimentation, right? Try something and see what you get, and then if something interesting, then improve on it. So
yeah, it's you've got to experiment. You know, like I took 2 different classes from the same photographer about shooting under the midday sun in black and white, and actually I think it's fairly effective.
exactly.
And you can see from my last shots that they were all black and white, and it's great for the high contrast days because black and white works good. You know, and then your file sizes are smaller too.
Exactly.
And I really like with the ZF having the switch, you know, for black and white, and I use it a lot. And I've got the old the Godox Lux Master, the flash, and so when I put that on the ZF, it really looks retro, and it's but but the ZF with the 40 SE, man, is that ever sharp, you know? I'm almost going to have to get some Vaseline and put it on the lens, you know, so it won't be so sharp.
Well, they did that in the old days, David. They used
Oh,
to
yeah.
put Vaseline on lens filters to give it a dreamy look, you know,
Yeah.
for portraits. Now that I'm back here, I'll show Michael's last image here that he sent in. This was the, give me a second here. So he says this is during this the Harrisburg photo outing that he was on. This young man approached him and asked if we would be interested in taking some portraits of him. He says this situation usually happens the other way around. He says, I like the way he's staring directly at the camera here. He says, I don't do many portraits, but do enjoy some occasional street photography and candid portraits. He says the X-T5 is a great camera for this purpose, but it might be replaced by his new ZF. He says, I decided to give you a bit of variety this month. Hopefully I will share some ZF images with vintage lenses in the next review. So this is the XT5 with the 27 millimeter f2.8 lens, f8, 1/200th of a second at ISO 1250. Now, nice and sharp. Good contrast. Looks good. Looks good,
Yeah,
man.
The Ferroman and Mossman were asking what he was holding in his hand. So you may have to zoom in order where we can figure it out.
Well, I can't. Yeah, let's see. Give me a second here. I turn off my adjustment features here at my end.
Okay. Cool.
I don't know. Looks like car keys, key fob. Looks like a key fob to me.
Yeah.
But why do you think it's drug paraphernalia? No, that's a key fob. I could see the ring here.
Yeah, it's a car key.
Car key fob, yeah. He's legit, man. He's legit. So those are all the images from Michael. Thank you for sending those in.
Very good, Michael.
Very good job. Very, very good. And the next images, unfortunately, I guess things didn't work out for Roy here. Roy was said he would be in late, but obviously things didn't work out, and he has not been able to join us on the show tonight up to this point anyway, but his images are coming up here. And so some of these I'm sure are definitely some older images. It might even be scanned images because he's, he can't get to the third floor of his house right now with his, with his situation. So I appreciate him sending anything in.
Locally, locally, he has a good repertoire in his archive.
Yes. So he says this is a sunset of a town 15 miles away. This is with the Z9 with the 400 millimeter f4.5.
Okay. I love that image. It looks like the gravity, around the sun is bending the clouds.
And then because he's still trying to become a bird photographer and working at it, which is good, he sent in a picture of another Rosella.
For sure. I tell you, Jeff, he's getting much better. These are fantastic, Roy.
Yeah, this is with the 400 millimeter for f4.5 as well.
Tim Hunter is a Melbourne. I think that's actually from his house that he can see the Melbourne landscape, the prior one.
Yeah. And let's see. Then he sent in. Roy doesn't. Oh well, actually, I could read it off my screen. He doesn't send me the specs or what he shot in here. This was. I can see it on my file information here. 1/400th of a second at f4.5 ISO 450. And so the next shot he sent in is what he calls a Karawang bird. This was with this is at 1/640th of a second, f6.3 ISO 180. This is with the 180 to 600. So this bird was pretty close if you shot it at 180. Oh no, I'm sorry, at an ISO 180, but he shot it at 600 millimeters. So it's 1/640th of a second, f6.3 ISO 180, 600 millimeters.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a big bird. I mean, that's a good sized bird. I mean, that's kind of looks a little like a crow, but it's got looks like it has some at the tail end. Looks like it's got some white in the feathers a little bit.
Beautiful.
So then his last shot is called. He wrote it's a bin chicken. This was from an old film negative on a Nikon film camera. So this is what he calls a bin. Oh, bin chuckin. I said chicken, chuckin. CHUCKEN. Bin chuckin. Oh no, he's screwing with me. In the file name, he has bin chuckin, but in the photo info, he says bin chicken. So I don't know, chucking. I'm chucking a chicken at you here.
Tim, who speaks Australian, says that it's bin chicken.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this and I'm thinking wood stork.
Well, it's an ibis. It's a type of ibis.
Yeah. That's interesting.
You see, he was a birder from before.
Yeah, look at him. We're converting him. We've ruined them.
But he was already.
Yeah, we've ruined them. Yeah. Yeah, he likes to hide behind the product photography mantra, but he obviously sneaks out and does a lot more than that. Yeah, exactly. Terry's they're saying we call ibis a bin chickens. Okay.
Yes, exactly. And not only that, Jeff, when he comes back, we have to tease him. He was doing birds in flight in film.
Yeah, our ibises where I am don't have black heads like that.
No, this is the old world ibis.
Yeah, this is. And my dog is now active with the ball here, so she's going to drive me nuts till the end of the show, probably. Yeah. You've been ignored. Sorry.
Great job, Roy. Great job.
Very good, Roy. So if you're listening but can't comment, you're doing well. And David, I'm seeing him, bringing him back in. I just happened to see you in the lower corner. You were grayed out. So let me make sure everybody is in here that's in here. No, Randall's all dark in Randall's view here. I don't know. He's out doing something, maybe.
Yeah, my dog was barking again.
Okay.
Inside.
See how the show gets interrupted by all our pets.
My time is coming for sure.
Your time is coming. Yep. The next shots that we've got are from Ava. So hopefully Ava's still in here. Hope she's been patient. Look, I believe she is. I see her in some recent chat activity.
Yes.
So she got this image of a prothonotary warbler.
Beautiful.
And this is at Chicote State Park in Louisiana. She says, which is fantastic old growth cypress, flooded forest and lake. Perfect place to float around on a kayak and photograph birds. Z8 with the 400 millimeter, the Z 400 millimeter f4.5, 1/2000th of a second at f4.5 ISO 1400.
That's pre-migration is fantastic. I love the Spanish moth in the background.
Yep. Now the this next shot was in the same location of a green egret.
Oh, beautiful colors.
So this is also with the Z8. This is with the Z8 using her new. See, Ava's been turning into like a lens junkie lately. Have you guys noticed that? She's been acquiring some lenses. So this is with the new Z28 to 400, f4 to f8 VR at 400 millimeters f8, 1/2000th of a second, ISO 1800, and that image is extremely sharp.
Yep.
Extremely sharp. No one's going to complain about that.
And Eva, great angle. Love the angle on this photo.
Now she says noise reduction and sharpening applied in Lightroom only. She didn't run it through Topaz. She says, although Lightroom's denoise is pretty comparable these days. But yeah, I switch between the two. Sometimes I just use denoise. Sometimes I use Topaz because I'm a confused individual. I switch back and forth. So I have mental issues, and I admit it. So now her next shot she took is at the Gray Lake in Arkansas.
So Rakesh is asking what bird is that one again? Green heron.
That is the green heron. A green heron.
And Eva, do you have to crop too much, or this was as it is?
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if she responds to your question. She says it's cropped. Yeah. Yeah. So this is where the point I was making the other day, where maybe I was a little too critical when I went on one of my rants, but I was really strongly opinionated about someone's commentary that 24 megapixels is all you need, and obviously I didn't agree with that, and just because now that I opened my big mouth and brought it up again, Steve Perry did a very nice review or initial thoughts on the A9 III, and he made a commentary about it hurts, in terms of, sometimes you have to crop, and 24 megapixels isn't enough.
Exactly.
So, he made the same point that I did. So for those of you who felt I was being a pain in the behind and too critical, You know, it's a real thing when you're a nature photographer with smaller subjects. I mean, you need the subject to have some size in the photo, and you can't always get close to your subject either.
Exactly.
The bird could be on the other side of the pond. It isn't always sitting there 20 feet away from you. So, and not everybody's walking around, with an 800 millimeter lens and a 2x converter on a tripod to be able to get that shot. So, you do what you have to do, but that was my point. 24 megapixel really isn't enough. It's enough maybe for sporting events where you're doing people and car races and gymnastics. Your subject matter is a lot bigger. And if you're a professional photographer, they put you you're in the areas where you could get good photos and you're not that far away from your subject. So when you're in those conditions, yes, 24 megapixels is going to be enough. But when you're doing wildlife, don't bank on that working out for you. For I think most of us crop a little bit almost all the time.
Oh, sure.
So Ava took this at DeGray Lake. I digressed. I apologize. Ava took this at DeGray Lake in Arkansas. Took a trip out there for her birthday. So happy belated birthday to you. She just spent the whole day by the lake trying to get some nice wildlife or landscape shots, but was pretty disappointed in the conditions. It was really hazy and a blue sky, no compositions. It really jumped out at her. The birds were eluding her. So she was about an hour before sunset, and suddenly a dozen or so boats roared out of the boat ramp and hightailed it out of there into the lake and get to start doing some fishing. And she wasn't really sure what was going on, like if they were racing each other or what. But she, Tuesday, it was on a Tuesday evening, and then at least the boats made for some foreground interest, gave her something to shoot at. This was with the 24 to 120 lens f4 at 91 millimeters, 1/1250th of a second, f11, ISO 720. So she, patience works out. If you're willing to wait, the shot will come to you eventually, as we say.
By the way, Jeff, zooming a little bit because the as you had to reset the computer, we are seeing a lot of the gray background.
How's that?
Perfect. Thank you.
There we go. Much better. So her last. Go ahead.
No, talking about the 24 to the 28 to 400, correct? That lens with the versatility will have a place, correct?
Yeah. I mean, realistically, you got to have decent light for it, right? You have decent light for it, it looks like it gave her a perfectly sharp image, that's for sure. Looked very nice. She's gonna in the next 3 or 4 weeks, she's going to be putting together a little presentation about that lens and sharing some images. So she's working on it a little bit at a time, and hopefully within the next month we'll have her on to do a little presentation on that lens on the show, and I'm sure we're all going to appreciate it. I know I'm going to appreciate it, so I appreciate everybody's time that shares stuff on the show. And her, let's see, her last shot here, I believe it's her last shot, is
nice.
This is Cypremort Point in Louisiana, which is a state park with a man-made beach. She says took her camera just in case, and despite holding on to her two crazy four-legged whirlwinds, she managed to get a shot of a lovely sunset. So this is with the Z8, and this once again is with the 28-400 f4 f8 VR at 220 millimeters, 1/1000th of a second, ISO 1250. So there you go. She threw in a couple shots from that lens.
Well, there's one thing about with the 8.9 and also the F is you don't have to worry about pushing the ISO.
Exactly.
You know, and I'm at 6400 a lot, and I'm starting to go higher, which not that long ago, 6400 was
Rubbish.
something I never did. You know,
Exactly.
it used to be 1600 or 3200. Now I'm 6400 and above because the cameras will handle it, you know, with the latest firmware. And I don't use noise reduction because I don't have to, you know, and you can never do that before. You know, the improvement of the new models with the new firmware is taking all the fun of it. You know, you don't have to work as hard as you used to.
Taking all the fun out of it. I like that.
Yeah.
You mean it took out all the pain and suffering?
Well, yeah, you're not shooting yourself in the foot so often, you know.
Yep. So,
But
so
even you're doing some good stuff with that, and I can see the 24-400 being way better than the 28-300, which I've got one of those, and it was my first F mount lens that I got, and it was because I needed something that was all around to start, but all of the Z mount glass is better than the F mount glass.
Exactly.
You know, and some of it is too sharp.
well, as some people like to say, it doesn't have any character.
It's
so
missing
Ava,
some flaws.
thank you a lot for your images, Ava. They're really, I mean, you're really nailing the shots. I mean, you've been pulling in some great images, you know, and you had really good images from your Olympus camera too. I know sometimes it seemed you were getting a little frustrated with it, but you got great shots with that camera as well. So thank you for sending those in. And then he is in here in the chat, and got Scubarazzi's images coming up next. So we will talk about his, and we'll bring up his first image. And this is definitely his. His name is in the corner. He doesn't trust me. See, he must really think that I do make calendars out of everybody's images and make tons of money on the side, which I don't do. So his commentary in his email, and my dog's whining. She wants the ball thrown. He said, this time the theme is colorful animals of Central Europe. This time he added a couple underwater images, and he asked me to ask the panel which of the files in each series they like the most. He says, I'm always having a hard time to decide. Also, feel free to roast me. I don't roast people. They don't taste very good to me, so we're not going to roast you. So he says this is a freshwater sunfish, not to confuse it with the sunfish, which is also called mola mola, that lives in the ocean. Those are, you know, gigantic. This is a freshwater sunfish. He says it's the most colorful fish in Central Europe's lakes and rivers, but actually they don't belong there. So they come from North America, and were introduced by stupid people who used to have them in an aquarium and then threw them into the lakes or rivers when they didn't want them anymore. And of course, they breed like crazy, and their population just goes nuts. So it's a non-native species. He took this photo in a lake, says not very easy. They're very nervous and move around a lot, but he loves how colorful they are. And this was with his Sony RX100 VA with his Nauticam, Nauticam housing with his Inon S2000 strobes, 1/250th of a second, f8, ISO 250, 16 millimeters.
It
I like
was
all
the name
those,
of the cichlid family, correct?
like all those shells sitting on the bottom.
Freshwater mussel.
Freshwater mussels, yeah, mussels and clams, and then he's got another image of the same fish here. It's a close up. Get that up on the screen.
Wow.
This is a close up portrait shot. He says, very aggressive. They'll get closer to you than other fish will, so you can get close ups of them. And this is with the same camera, strobe setup, 1/1600th of a second, f9, ISO 80 at 55 millimeters. Yeah, that's phenomenal detail.
And the colors are wonderful. That kind of gold and blue.
Yeah.
I can't remember where it is, but there was a place that had another invasive species. So what they did is they got a number of chefs to come up with some recipes for the fish, and so now that people are catching the fish and they're eating them, and to get rid of them, and it's well, if you come up with the right recipe and you make it a delicacy, then they'll control the population of the fish. But if they taste terrible, then you're buggered.
It's one way to do it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And a couple really cool shots. I'm jealous of the colors that you get on this particular fish. Where you live is the kingfisher, and beautiful kingfisher shot here with a fish in the bill. He took this 2 weeks ago out from he was in a hide. Currently, the female's probably taking care of the newborn, and this male brings her a fish. He says he took this picture without pre-release capture or auto capture, so he timed it. Takes a little bit of training, but with a Z8 and a little training, it's possible. Also, a trick he uses for big distances is shooting in DX mode, and he doesn't need to crop anymore. And with the smaller file size, the camera can shoot without buffering forever. Well, that's a good point. Is even Steve Perry will bring that up. He says if you're going to take a lot of images, you don't want to, depending on your camera, you're worried about filling up the buffer. Yeah, shoot it in DX mode. You'll be able to, get more shots off that way. So there's always situations where you might choose to use a mode that maybe you don't use all the time. Says the downside's that with the smaller image crop, it's hard to keep the bird in a frame. So that's true. It is. You're at that point in DX mode, you're trying to do the cropping. You have to nail the composition. Right out of the gate, because you don't have anything to work with in terms of cropping. And then I can go back to my complaining about 24 megapixels again if I want to, I guess. Now, this was with the Z8 with the Nikon 180 to 600 at 1/4000th of a second, f6.3, ISO 1600, and he was at 600 millimeters. And then he has a follow-up image here, same day, same kingfisher, which we'll put on the screen now. And the male has the fish in its mouth, and the female didn't really, I typed something in wrong here. Female really wants that fish, but he seems to enjoy it, not giving it to her right away. Yeah. I've seen, it's funny, you get the terns that get the small fish to present it to the female or to try to attract a mate and get a fish. And I've seen these terns get turned down so many times, where the female is not either they're not impressed with the male, or they're not impressed with the fish. I don't know which. And then one day I was watching one, and he tried so many times to hand her that fish, and eventually he gave up and he ate the fish himself. So females, sometimes they shun you. They go, that fish isn't moving, a little too wimpy looking. You've been walking around with it for a while. You can have it. I don't want it. Once again, the 180 to 600 Nikon lens on the Z8, 1/5000th of a second, f6.3, ISO 1800, and at 600 millimeters. So wonderful shots. I mean, I love the color on these birds. They're much more colorful than what we have in where I live. The next shot, he says, another very colorful bird that can be found in a few places in Central Europe is the European bee eater. Says this bird lives in Africa and migrates in May to a few warm places in Europe to breed. After the babies hatch and learn to fly, they will migrate back to Africa in July and August. They live in colonies, mostly in wine yards, he calls it. I guess in New England we call them vineyards, but he calls it a wine yard, where it's warm and the ground has sandy slopes facing south. Like kingfishers, they also build tunnels where they have their nests. He says, for us, it is very time-consuming to shoot them. Normally leaves home at 3 a.m. And he says, yes, the last time I wanted to join the show, but you guys were not on yet, and drive 2 hours to the location, then walk about 45 minutes with a lot of gear on location, set up the camo tent before the sun comes up, place the tent in front of the breeding wall. But he says we need to be there before they wake up, mostly before noon we leave, as at that point it's very hot and the air is flickering. He says 1 week ago we were a little early. They are not mating yet, but they already get together with their mate, and that's what this picture is showing you. And this is with the Z8, the 180 to 600 once again, 1/2500th of a second, f6.3, ISO 2800 at 600 millimeters. And wonderful shots.
Let me show something here to Kuarasi. This is a great book, and you seem to be actually. Let me see if you can. It's a book about kingfishers, bee eaters, and rollers, which is a mostly all world type of. It's a fantastic book if you are very much into kingfishers, bee eaters, and rollers. This will be a good addition for your library. Bought this in London many years ago.
I zoomed in on you, Gustavo, so he could see the book.
Thank you. The kingfishers and the bee eaters are fantastic family of birds.
Now his last shot really blew me away. This is also a bee. This is a bee eater in flight, and this thing looks like a rocket. Looks like an absolute rocket. Because they're not easy to shoot this way because they are very fast and change directions very fast. They hunt insects in flight, need to be very agile. He says the autofocus of the Z8 is shining here. The keeper rate is impressive and results in a lot of work. Once again, the Z8 with the 180 to 600, 1/3200th of a second, f6.3 ISO 500, ISO 5000 at 600 millimeters. Wonderful shot.
Love the image.
Yeah, I mean, and that thing is tack sharp, and there you go. There's the 180 to 600. Wide open.
The good thing about beaters and sometimes also kingfisher is they return to the same perch, correct? So you find them, and they tend to be very faithful to a particular perch. Beautiful,
This is
fantastic.
Yeah.
And the eye, look at that eye, man.
I mean, it's just. Let me give me a second here. Let me do a. That's 200%.
Jeez.
Yeah, 200% of the resolution that he sent you.
Yeah. And this is with the 180 to 600. So here you go.
By the way, that lens got an upgrade. No, got a firmware update.
Yep.
Haven't done it yet, but
What does it change, Gustavo?
I'm sorry.
What does the firmware update do?
It was a fix.
Yeah,
It was a fix. I was going to bring it up later on, but it was a fix where I think the images weren't super sharp if you were
infinity.
If you were at infinity focus and you were at 600 millimeters, the image could be a little soft, and if you were shooting in the cold. So they did a firmware update, and now apparently that problem is gone away.
Exactly.
So they Canadianized it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think if I remember right, it's version 1.1, firmware version 1.1.
Yeah, this looks like a rocket. Nice colors.
Yeah, that's a beautiful color bird. So the next, so Scuba Ozzy, thank you. We're going to move on to our next guest. Robert Rosado, was nice enough to send some pictures in, and Bob, you're making me miss New England a little bit when I see these first images that you sent in. You sent in some waterfall images from Connecticut. This is taken at Enders State Forest in Granby, Connecticut. It has a series of waterfalls within a short walk. This is taken during the fall in October of 2021, focus stacked, shot with an ND filter. He says he thinks it's a 3-stop filter, but he can't remember exactly. Probably could have done it without it, but was experimenting. This is the Nikon D850 with the AFS 24-70 f2.8 IFED lens at 50 millimeters, 3-second exposure at f5 ISO 200. And this was he titled this Enders Fall Middle. So I guess this is the different viewpoints from different locations within the same waterfall. This next shot he calls Enders Fall Upper, and this was also taken in October 2021, and we'll bring that on the screen. A little bit different viewpoint, and same thing with the D850 with the 24-70 2.8 at 38 millimeters, 1.3 seconds at f8 ISO 64. So yeah, I miss the shots in the trails of the waterfalls and stuff like that. I mean, there's some great waterfalls in North Carolina, but I have not. They have the Carolina Nature Photography Association that I'm a member of, but I haven't been too active with it in quite a while because I'm too busy doing other things. They'll do they'll plan trip to North Carolina to do waterfall shoots. So one of these days I'm going to have to break down and sign up for it so I can get some waterfall photos. It's been a long time. So his next image. This is okay. Give me a second here. This is taken in October of 2020 in Simsbury, Connecticut. He was driving around looking for some foliage. That's one thing I super miss is the change of colors of the fall season from New England. I mean, got nothing but palm trees and pine trees where I am. I don't get to see much color changes at all down south. But he was stopped along Terry's Plain Road in Simsbury, thought the color in the hill looked pretty good, along with the farm in the foreground with some horses grazing. And he says, not sure how much will be visible with the resizing. He says, would be too huge to send in the original size. It's a 2x8 pano. Nikon D850 with the 80 to 200 f2.8D lens, shot at 135 millimeters, 1/60th of a second at f8, ISO 64.
Beautiful colors. Wow.
Yeah, beautiful colors.
Well, you see, the East Coast has the best colors. The East Coast of the United States has the best color for fall.
Yeah.
Nowhere else in the world. I think some part of China and some parts of Patagonia has some nice colors as well. But fall colors, East Coast.
Yep. Now, his last shot that he sent in is called Bees and Flowers. He says he doesn't remember when he took this, but oops, didn't want to do what I just did. Clicked on the wrong thing. Says he's not sure where he took it, but was taken about 15 minutes before the foliage image that you just saw. So may have been in that same area, or at least not too far away. He says just happened to see it again as he was going through his library of photos, looking to find something to send us for the show. He said he was trying to see how close he could focus with the 500 PF. He says this was taken at about 10 feet away. Was surprised at the level of detail he was able to capture. There's a wasp, a bumblebee, and 3 spiders. One is barely visible.
One on the bottom.
On the plant, cropped about 40 to 45%. A D850 with the 500 PF, 1/400th of a second at f6.3 ISO 400. Yeah, but that 500 PF is a wonderful lens. Wonderful lens. And the background is so nice and out of focus. And, you got different colors, some purple in the background, some white, gray, purple. It's nice. Very nice.
Great macro with a telephoto.
No, you can't complain about that. So, Bob, thanks again for sending in images for this month. We appreciate it. Glad you had time to go through your library here. We appreciate it. We're actually getting near the end, believe it or not. As I'm running out of breath, I keep drinking like crazy. Good thing I'm not drinking beer, man. I wouldn't be able to talk by now. I'd be slurring my speech. Sean sent in some interesting images here, and I'm going to show them in the order in which he sent them in, because you're probably going to scratch your head for a second trying to figure out what this first shot is. So he calls this the rocket. He calls this rocket with the Z, a 105 macro, f4.5, 1/100th of a second. And so you're probably trying to figure out, yeah, that does look like a rocket, but what is it associated with? And Yep, you got it. It's associated with a watch. So the next image, you will see the watch.
Yep.
Mhm.
So
that.
that's an interesting watch. And so this was, let's see, also with the 105 macro, f3.3 1/100th, and he used a flash on this shot. And then he sent in a see, we're going to convert Sean into a bird photographer as well, Gustavo. We're working on everybody. We're ruining everybody. We're ruining the whole show.
Exactly.
We got Sean that took a picture. He just called it "Bird with Worms," and he took this with the Plena lens
Okay.
at f11, 1/10,000th of a second.
Gee.
So. I mean, that's not a worm. That's like, you just the bird wiped out the whole family in one time. That's crazy.
And that's where he said where? It looked like a blackbird from Europe. But
Yeah, he doesn't say what kind of bird it is. I'm not sure looking at it. But it wiped out the whole family, mom, dad, the kids, everybody's gone. So those are what Sean sent in. So we thank him. That the watch was definitely interesting. I don't think we've ever had any watch pictures before.
that's true.
So that's cool. Then we had Calvin Jackson, who I don't recall Calvin being on the show before. I could be wrong, or it's just not a name that stuck in my head. So I apologize if you've been on the show before, but I was happy that Calvin sent in a few images. He says, so we're going to put up his first image, and he says, greetings from the eastern shore of Maryland.
Mm.
So he says, attached to two of his photos for tonight's review. He's calling it a blackwater heron. I mean, it's actually a great blue heron. I guess maybe they call it something different in Maryland, but he's calling it a blackwater heron. Taken with the Z8, with the Nikkor 100 to 400, with a 2x teleconverter, 1/4000th of a second, 20 frames per second. And so he says his focal length was 800 millimeters, f13, ISO 9000. And it looks good. It looks good. I mean, hey, you pushing that zoom and making it 800 millimeters and a relatively high ISO, and you got a good result. So that's neat. Where was that? Do you have a location, Calvin? If you're still on, like where you actually got that shot? His next shot is a close-up shot of the bird, and I will bring that up. So this was okay. It says Bay Street Pond, so I'm assuming the other one was there too. So a place called Bay Street Pond. Z8 this was with the Nikkor 24 to 120, 1/400th of a second. F8, ISO 320, and then he commented at the end, loves his Z8. Loves his Z8. Yeah, I don't think too many people complain about that body too much. Robert's asking me if I'm looking at the chat, which I'm not. He says that I have the description mixed up with the next shot, and maybe I did. Maybe I cut and pasted it in the wrong place. I'd have to go back now, kind of late now, to figure out what I.
Yeah, you're going too far.
Yeah, I've gone too far now. So if I screwed up, I screwed up. Shame on me. See, that's why this isn't a paid gig. You know, what can I tell you? So now we're down to the last few shots. We finally get to me here. I'm going to throw up. I had my version of what Bob took. You know, we took pictures of the same gator. I shared one, I think, last week with its mouth like open as far as it could possibly be, and you couldn't even see its eyes. So I decided to share one where you could actually see the eyes of the gator. So this was with the Z9 with the 800 PF, 1/1250th of a second at f10 ISO 1000. So here you can see this one is I put in the full body of the gator, so you can see that it's not a baby. You know, it is compared to some of the old timers that are in there that are.
But it's a
really,
younger one.
Yeah, he's a younger one. He's probably 2 or 3 years old.
Exactly.
Somewhere in there. So anyway, I'll show you that one, and we'll move on. And I also like bluebirds. So this was it's always going to be, these are all Z9 with 800 PF. So this is 1/1600th of a second, f6.3 wide open, ISO 2200. I didn't need to be at 1/1600th, but I think I had it that way in case he, was hopping around or tried to fly off. I might have a shot at getting him. But anyway, I love those birds. I mean, they're just cute. Just cute. So my next image is of the red-headed woodpecker.
Wow.
And this is at 1/1600th of a second as well, wide open, f6.3 ISO 2200 Z9 with the 800 PF. And yeah, you just look at the. Let me zoom in here. Give me a second.
I can see the cobweb.
Yeah, you got to. Ah, crud. Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, there you go.
You got the cobweb, but look at the nails.
Yeah.
Look at those nails. I mean, they literally. They'll rip that bark. They don't even need their beak to rip off the loose layer of bark on the tree. They could just rip it off with their feet, with their claws. Look at those claws. And that 800, that 800 is tack sharp. I mean, that bird is as sharp as you're going to get. That's a 200%.
What I like about these birds is the red is always like velvet, okay?
Yeah.
Nice texture.
Yeah. They're beautiful birds. I mean, seeing more of them now, it seems like they are mating. My friend Bob got some mating pictures of them, and we're going to be trying to get them on Monday, and that'll be good because if they're mating and they found a nesting area in the park, we might down the road and sometime in August have an opportunity to get some babies. And I'm not sure if the youngsters are born with the head red like the adult, or whether it's something that is a fainter color and gets darker as they get older. I don't know. I've never seen a young red-headed woodpecker.
Only they will look ugly at the beginning, but as they are going to fledge, then they will have the red hair already.
Okay.
So you have to time it on the time before they leave the nest hole.
Yeah. So now we're gonna get away from a bird here. Oh my God, Jeff's not going to show me a bird picture.
Beautiful green.
There you go. That's called a rough green snake. This was funny. I was walking down with Bob. We're walking down what they call the straight road, and we're walking down the road, and we see some photographers that we know, and they're looking straight down at the ground. So I'm like, "Did somebody drop money or what?" You know, you're trying to figure out why they're looking down. I thought somebody lost some money or something, and so they were watching this snake go across the sidewalk. This was the original road into the park, you know, back in the 50s or whatever. And so I got, you know, I didn't get on my knees per se, but, you know, I had the 800, so I was able to shoot far enough away and give you the impression that I was low to the ground because of the angle in which the lens was at, you know, because I was far enough away. And but the green tree snake looks different than this because the top of the head, the top part of the body is a darker color, like a I don't know, almost like a brown or rusty color on the top part of the snake. But the rough green snake is green on the top, and then, you know, the underbelly is yellowish color. But I like getting it with its tongue sticking out.
Beautiful.
And then let's see, I got two more here. I threw in a few extras here. This is an example of what I was talking about with earlier when we talked about selective focusing. You can see the foreground is totally blurred. You got a strip of focused area, including the squirrel, and then right behind the squirrel, it's all out of focus again. I love taking shots like this at ground level where I just have that narrow strip of focus area. And, you know, and I'm going to zoom this in and look at the detail in the grasses here, how sharp that is.
Yeah.
I mean,
You can go in all the way down there and get another photo, right? Some of these photos, you can get a photo and a close-up.
oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, if I could crop this, and I mean, that squirrel is sharp as a tack. And I like the seeds on the end of the grasses or whatever. And it's real interesting because then all of a sudden, you know, it's all of a sudden, boom, it's all blown out and blurry front and back.
Exactly.
But that's something I like but like I said, the squirrel has to be, if the squirrel was angled, shooting wide open wouldn't have worked. The part of the squirrel would have been blurry, you know, because the squirrel was pretty much parallel to your sensor.
Exactly.
And that's when you could shoot wide open and get away with it most of the time. And then the last shot I got is of a oyster catcher touching the wing, touching the water, going across the water. And this was a tough shot to get because I was shooting into the sun. So I had to fool around with this a little bit in post, but I wanted to keep the bird. I didn't want to bring up the shadows too much because, you know, the bird is a black bird. I didn't want it to look like a gray bird. And so, you know, I had to kind of balance it out to what I thought was, you know, looked halfway decent. And this was at 1/2000th of a second at f8 ISO 360. And that is all the images, folks. That is all 88 images, believe it or not, for the show. And I thank everyone for submitting their work. I say it every month, but I mean what I say, and it's really appreciated. And I love the fact that we have a community here that is not shy about sharing their work, and this is a no insult zone. We're not here to nitpick everybody. Unless you want us to pick on you, I mean, Scubarazzi wanted us to pick on him a little bit, but what was there to pick on, right? So
Exactly.
we didn't pick on him. But wonderful job by everybody, and then we'll do here what we normally do, and we're going to go through all 88 images for those that came in late, and we're going to spend 2 or 3 seconds on each picture, and we're going to go through all 88 shots as like a just a summation of tonight's show.
Yeah, Jeff, the only thing I'm concerned is that the quality of the images is such that we don't want to hold back the people that aren't at the same level. I don't want them to be scared to submit something. Everything is good. If you want us to comment on your picture, that's great. And if you don't, but like the quality seems to be getting better every month. And it's just all great photography and all different genres.
I like the diversity too.
Yeah, everything is, and it was nice that Jeff threw in some people photos, because we don't usually have a lot of people photos. I'll have to dig up a few wedding photos or something that I took back in the day. It was nice to see all the Aurora Borealis shots from people that normally can't take these shots. I mean, because of where they live. I mean, they were able to take them near where they lived.
But what I found is most of these people that come up with these rules about what works and what doesn't work is over the years I proved they're all wrong. So if don't worry about the moon, don't worry about a whole bunch of the city lights. I shot my last set of aurora shots from the center of Calgary.
Well, as they say, rules were meant to be broken. Just like the rule of thirds is a good guideline, but it's not. It's there's no harm in breaking that rule at all. And sometimes you're much better off having your subject in the middle of your frame, depending on your what you're taking.
We should just call them guidelines.
Yeah, they should just be guidelines. Yeah, but.
Just because the great artists from days gone by were using paint and whatever, and they did their stuff that way, doesn't mean we can't do things differently.
No, there's nothing wrong with being different.
No.
I mean, what's nice when you see the variety and the differences in what people take, it helps you grow as a photographer too, because, all of a sudden you see some, maybe if you've never done street photography before and you see some of these images that people take of street photography and you go, gee, I'd like to try that now, or macro photography, and you go, gee, that looks cool. Or like Joey says, I've never done birds before, but I kind of like what I see with the bird photography, maybe I should try it. And it's like, yeah. So, I mean, it's hopefully with the diversity of images that everybody sees on this show, it gets you to want to try different things as well. Although being diversified or having multiple genres does increase the cost of the hobby significantly.
Well, if you don't have gas, you'll soon get it.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah. It's like you're, the story about the story of the vanishing paycheck.
Well, if anybody wants my assistance, my email address is on the bottom of all my photos except for this one. You know, and
There
so that you can get a hold of me.
I'll leave this one up for a few seconds if you guys want to
Just
copy
do a screenshot.
Copy the email here.
The part at the end, the S00, on this one here is R02. That has to do with the series number in the camera. That's how I keep my camera straight, but by the numbers. My R is my Z8 and my S is my ZF.
Mm.
Yeah, this one freaks me out, David. I like it, but it freaks me out.
Did this on purpose.
You know what that reminds me of is I don't know if there's certain parts of the country, where you have like caves that you can go through, and like in New York State, there's a bunch of caves, and they name like the entry points. They'll call it the Twister or the Crusher, and have all these names where you're trying to fit your body between the rocks, and sometimes you got to crawl up in between a little hole to get out the other side. And that's what that reminds me of. Like, okay, I'm going to have to crawl out to get out of the end of that pathway.
Yeah, Anita has her email address and her watermark also.
And Gustavo's yucky plant flowers.
I'm looking for the wings.
Yeah, this one's such like a perfect, like the shape of this bird. You barely could tell he even has a wing. You see that little bit on the left hand side of the body, but it's like a wingless bird. And to get this with the flowers blooming is obviously really superb. I'd be the guy that shows up when the flowers are all shriveled up.
Exactly.
That's the shot I would get. I'll say, just pretend the flowers look nice, but they did a week ago, but I got here late.
Oh.
I love this one.
Yeah. He should frame that one. Really should. I really like
So you're
seeing.
gonna frame that, Jeff, and send us copies?
I like seeing images from other parts of the world that I'll probably never get to in my lifetime. So I enjoy seeing cultural, Well, when I was a kid, I mean, my dad, and it was funny. I was at the time, I only had I had two paper routes. And this was when I think I had two paper routes when I was about 8 years old. And, and my dad and I worked a deal where I wanted to get National Geographic, and we weren't well off by any means. We got by, but so him and I agreed that we'd get the magazine, but we'd split the subscription. So he paid for half and I paid for half, and we got National Geographic for decades. And I used to read that cover to cover. Loved the photos in that magazine. Of course, a lot of these magazines and even newspapers have online subscriptions now for versus paper copies. Yeah, too bad Roy wasn't able to join us tonight, but he's fine. It hasn't, his health didn't, go bad or anything or get worse. It's just that his person that comes to help take care of things, take care of his wife too, either didn't show up or got there too late, for him to come on the show. So.
Mm. 28 to 400 is nice.
I think Randall said in the comments that he's been trying to get one, but nobody has them in stock. I'm pretty sure I saw him type that in.
I just wonder if Eva's on a first name basis with her Nikon salesperson or not.
I don't know. She's expanded her lens line quite a bit since she got into Nikon. So
I know with mine they recognize my voice on the phone, so I don't have to say who I am.
Fantastic.
I'll have the guy that I buy from a lot. Well, he'll call me up when a lens comes out, and he'll say, "Oh, Jeff, can I put you down for this one? You gonna want one of these?" And sometimes I say yes, and sometimes I say no. No, I don't think so. Bringing back memories of Connecticut.
So green.
Yep. I like the movement in these two shots, especially the first one.
I like the color in this one. Nothing like fall colors.
It reminds me of Prince Edward Island. Wouldn't want to bang that watch and get that second hand behind the minute hand.
Well, I think he did bang it. That's why it's bent. No, this was a record for our show. 88 images. Wonderful participation. Wonderful images by everybody. A lot of fun. lot of fun. And that is that. That is that.
Thank you,
Excellent.
guys.
Wonderful.
Wonderful job, everybody. Give yourselves a pat on the back. Yeah, Scubarazzi's saying they have the 28 to 400 in stock in some of the shops over where he is. And
In Europe, right?
He's in Switzerland, isn't he?
Yep.
yeah, I sometimes forget that he's from Switzerland. I mean, I know he's we do have a few people from England and Germany, and
Australia.
sometimes I forget that he's from Switzerland. But let me just clear out some of this stuff out of my screen here so I can. No, I do not want to cancel on the Lightroom. I just want to minimize and
get everybody to like and subscribe.
yeah. I cannot hit the 500 mark ever. I think I was at 497 today. I looked and I just smiled. I go, yeah. And then the other day one day I was like that, and the next day I was like 494, and then it's 497, and it's 494, and it's like, oh, forget it. It ain't gonna happen.
They like to toy with that number.
Yeah, well, I think everybody knows how I've constantly, and which is true, not having done this for monetization reasons or whatever, and so I think people just tease me and say, we're not going to ever let them get to 500. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They all call each other up. He's at 499. So cancel. Get out of it. It's just not going to happen, man.
Well, you see, that's what happens to me is like I put up one video and they don't like the comment or anything like that. And then they, let me go. And then they miss me, and then they come back and subscribe again. So.
Yeah, so I'll put up the non-obligatory comment here on the bottom of the screen. It is painless, folks. It doesn't cost you nothing. It's a click. Let me see. So I did actually kind of like scrounge up a bunch of subject matter here. So let me kind of go through and look through my notes. We were talking about the 28 to 400 a fair amount of time tonight, and that is now in stock at B&H as of the 29th of the month. And I did not see any notification from Nikon Rumors saying the next day that it sold out. So I'm assuming it's still in stock. $1296.95 for those of you wondering how much that lens costs. And we talked about the firmware update 1.01. I think I might have inadvertently said 1.1. It's 1.01. Got released for the 180 to 600 lens. For the following issue, focus may be inaccurate at a focus distance of infinity with a focal length around 400 to 600 millimeter in a low temperature environment. Talk about a weird set of conditions to cause a problem that you have to try to fix. That's really, really strange.
What do they call low temperature?
Yeah, they don't specify what's low, because what's low for my wife is 75 degrees. I consider that very comfortable. She considers it like I'm freezing. I think this came up. It's been on Nikon Rumors site for quite a while about I'll pronounce it wrong because Roy always repeats the verbiage here, Voigtlander Nocton 75 millimeter 1.5, a spherical lens, is in Europe in stock, but supposedly nowhere to be found in the United States. Here's an interesting talking point. Interesting and kind of sad. I did not want to bring this up with Joey on the show because I'm not looking to make him uncomfortable. Panasonic obviously is in some trouble financially. They're considering transferring or withdrawing from businesses with what they call low growth potential by fiscal 2026. The president of the company calls it a crisis situation. That is not good. And to compound that bad news or that concern is the stories that have come out where the advertising methodology with the new S9 small camera that came out, they used a Nikon ambassador's image as I'd say everybody assumes that if you look at a Nikon brochure or a Canon brochure or an Olymp Systems brochure or a Panasonic brochure, that the pictures that you're looking at within that brochure was at a minimum taken by a camera that company makes, and more likely taken by the camera that you are promoting. And they took an image from a Nikon ambassador, a stock photo. They took it and they showed it as an example of their autofocus capabilities, and the picture wasn't even taken with that camera.
Wow.
So I mean that's kind of like really, and they had more than one stock image that was in their advertising, and that's kind of unforgivable. I mean, that is like painting a black eye on your face, in broad strokes with the paintbrush. I mean, that isn't good. That's not good business. That's not good public relations. I mean, that's
probably lazy because I guarantee.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's just horrible. I mean, and in today's day and age where everybody scrutinizes everything to 500 times more than they should. I mean, to think that no one's going to pick up on that, you shouldn't think that you could do that and get away with it, that no one's going to see it. And they really, and really, they have not really come out with a real good apology. I mean, they've acknowledged it, but they haven't exactly been overly forgiving for what they did, which is not helpful. I mean,
that's a screw up, correct? So they don't want nobody wants to do the screw up there. Because I guarantee you the camera can take a picture that is good enough that doesn't require stock photo. Laziness, I would say.
Yeah, it's and who knows? Other camera companies could have done the same thing and just haven't gotten caught yet,
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that somebody else hasn't done it too, but unfortunately they got it. One thing to do it, another thing is when you get caught.
Well, I did remember that when the Z9 was coming out and they were testing it, I think at the Olympics, they had it all taped up and stuff, and it was done by a different camera. And everybody, that's one thing. But when the company is showing off their product and they're using someone else's picture and not mentioning it.
Yeah, it's just I mean, you should just basically come out with a formal apology to the people that took the photos that you used. Say it'll never happen again. We screwed up. We messed up, and just take it on the chin, and then it goes away. But if you do an apology kind of like half-assed, excuse my language, the story doesn't go away.
That's right.
It doesn't go away for a long time, and that's not what they need. And there was another kind of controversial thing, and I saw a lot of comments on some commentary and I'm not going to dive into this one this much because I don't personally know this person. I don't follow this person. I don't want to embarrass this person or insult this person because there's enough people out there that are currently doing that right now, right, wrong, or indifferent. I don't have an opinion because I don't follow the person, but obviously there was a YouTube video basically titled, camera reviews need to change, or how camera companies are influencing the influencers, and Petapixel talked about it again, and I guess it was the Nikon Rumors had links from a recent video that Gerald Undone had made, and he was upset that he felt that Panasonic shunned him because he was critical of a camera, and therefore he didn't get invited to the nice posh little trip over to Japan or whatever, and get wined and dined and all that kind of stuff. And there's been a lot of comments made from other content creators and other people that have been invited to these shindigs, where many the opinions have been anything from one should never assume that you're always going to get invited. Sometimes the product may not be something that you normally talk about. And if it isn't part of your normal review process, because you're reviewing higher end stuff that don't, maybe it's just not what you normally review, and they chose not to invite you for that reason or whatever. But there were a whole bunch of things out there, and some of it was don't get all, it happens to everybody. Don't get all upset about it. Calm down, and some people felt that he shouldn't have done the video and so on and so forth. I don't have an opinion. I don't know the guy. I don't follow the guy. But, as somebody said, as I tell my kids sometimes, I could say, put on your big boy pants and get over it. Deal with it. I mean, being mad at them or whatever isn't going to change the situation, and it's just going to hurt you. It's just going to hurt you, because if you make too big a deal out of it, other people aren't going to want to work with you either. And it could cost you a lot of money. It's not worth going that route. You just, at this point, you just drop it and let it go. My opinion anyway. For those that may be interested, the Delkin has a 1 terabyte power CFEB version 4.0. And let's say hello to Tim, who's joining us here. Hello, Tim.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, Tim.
Doing?
Good. How are you guys doing? Some great photos tonight.
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah. So, Tim, do you want me to phone you at 1 o'clock when the Aurora's out?
I'm up then, so yeah, you absolutely could.
Okay.
I go to bed late.
The food photos, man.
Yeah, I was actually out shooting today. I had a graduation photo shoot at Laguna Beach. A high schooler and a college graduate. So I shot that today.
See, now you can apply for NPS, because you could say you're a professional photographer.
Well, I mean, I do it for work sometimes too, so I
see?
technically could. Yeah.
Yeah. See? I mean,
I don't want to upset you though, Jeff. I don't want to be NPS.
I still have my rejection email from Nikon. I kept it as a reminder.
You should frame it.
Should frame it and be very proud that they don't consider me worthy of NPS membership.
They are waiting until you reach 500, Jeff.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta pull something out of my back.
Exactly.
That's smart. I knew I had back problems, but that one really hurt. What's funny is the one of the camera one of the companies that I work with in buying, at least 50 or 60% of what I buy from, said they should, I mean, the way they worded it one time, and they flat out had it in their on their webpage. It says, if you create content and do videos, if you're a content creator, we invite you to join the NPS. So it was in their own print. And so I tried to join, and it's like, well, you're not deriving an income, you don't work for a newspaper, you're not, you didn't publish a book, you haven't won any awards. Well, I don't try to enter anything in photo contests. That's not who I am. So I'm never going to win an award because I don't enter anything in a photo contest, nor do I want to. So it's like, okay. So they just said, no, sorry, don't want you. I go, okay. But I promote their brand for them for free. Obviously, I promote the brand. I talk about the brand, although I talk about the other brands too. But it's just kind of hilarious, But I'm not, as I say, I'm not worthy.
Hey,
You could stack the deck, and you could win the Selective Imagery Photo of the Month award.
you're not alone in the rejection club.
Well, Jeff, what we do is you create a group with a national name in it, the United States Selective Imagery International Group. And then we have all of these awards that we have for all these different things. And everybody that's in it can figure out what category that they want to be in so that they can win an award. And because there's other organizations that is what they do. They create this group so they can all get an award and make them all feel good.
It's a Selective Imagery
Yeah,
Award.
I just want my participation trophy. Everybody gets one. You showed up. Oh, here's your trophy.
Well, we just got,
I just get rejection letters. but anyway, I got off topic. But Delkin has his 1 terabyte CFEB 4.0 coming soon, listed on B&H's site for $299.99.
Wow.
For maximum read is 3560 megabytes per second. Maximum write is 3220 megabytes per second. Sustained write speeds 1570 megabytes per second. So there are other 4.0 cards that have a higher sustained write speed. So once again, that's something that you're going to want to look at if you're going to go into that range for your memory card, because they're not all 4.0 cards are not the same. They're not the same any more than all CFEB cards were not all the same.
So what can you put a 4.0 card into?
You could put them in any camera, but you could put them in a Z9 if you wanted to, or a Z8, but it's not going, because it doesn't have the architecture in the camera, you can't take advantage of the speed. But you get the
extra
the price with the prices coming down. Okay, with the prices coming down, if you want to future-proof your gear, knowing that probably the next generation of camera will have the newer architecture, then you may choose to buy the 4.0 card and use it in the Z8 or the Z9, because maybe the Z9 II will, supposedly the new Canon camera, one of them is going to accept 4.0 cards.
And
I'll talk about that. I'll talk about that in a little bit. So it is coming, but it isn't like imminent that throw away your CFEB cards because they're not any good. Buy the 4.0. It's just, if you want to just, you're going to spend the money on a new card, and if the prices are getting reasonable, then there's no big deal in doing it, and then you have it for when the new cameras come out.
Then you can throw away your camera and buy a new card.
Oh, just saw a notice. We got Mr. Ishii in the house. I'm going to have to make everybody really small here. How you doing, John?
Hey guys, just
How
watching
goes it?
on. Oh, I just got back from lunch and trying to recover from this cataract thing.
Oh wow.
So
I
how did
don't
it
know
go?
how long does it take before I can see it's still kind of a bit blurry, you know.
Hmm.
Well, usually 3 to 5 days.
It's been about 5 days.
Yeah, you should be getting close to being, where you're supposed to be.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You got to be religious with the drops, though.
Yeah. I just put it in. I mean, it's just kind of a bit lopsided right now. Then the color balance is all, not the same. Because the new one's got auto white balance, and the old one is a bit on the warm side. It's like I don't know, 5,800. So
And of course, John, your old prescriptions don't work on that eye, correct?
the what?
Your old prescriptions don't work on that eye.
Well, yeah. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. I got the new one on the left and the old one on the right. So it's a bit,
Well, your brain is
Off-center.
your brain is going to be confused for a little while too. Because like
Yeah,
I've had
that's it.
some bouts with the what do you call it, the floaters in the eyes, type of thing. And the doctor says to me, he says, after a while, it's like your brain will compensate and you won't see the dots anymore. So I've had that happen to me twice in the last 8 months, where it was really bad. It looked like snowflakes coming down, black snowflakes coming down. And yeah, it took like 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. And then
that long.
eventually it went away and I don't see them at all.
Well, that's cool.
So
how long did you wait till you get the second eye done?
I've never had my eyes done. My wife had both eyes done, but she did them. One wasn't quite bad enough. So she had like a year between surgeries.
Oh, that long. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
My wife did it like 3 weeks in between, John.
Oh, 3 weeks. Okay.
And I did it about a month in between.
Okay. I just don't want to walk around lopsided,
Yes. But
make sure you have the eye on the back of your head done too.
But they typically,
you can wear a patch and be a pirate for a month.
They typically do the worst of the two eyes first.
Anyway, I was just enjoying your Aurora pictures.
Oh, the pictures tonight were fantastic as always. I mean, and everybody's at the top of their. It seems like everybody's at the top of their game now. It's really enjoyable, and everything's different. Everything is different, and so it's wonderful. But
it's great to see Moz there. Hey, Moz, man.
Yeah,
hey, John.
He had a photo shoot, John. He had a photo shoot tonight.
Well, that's what he was saying with the was it convocation, right? High school or university?
It was
convocation?
just graduation photos for one college graduate and one high school graduate.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Mossman. When you do these high school or university, whatever, convocation, it's good money, right? I mean, you just set it up, bang, 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 bang. Each one is what, $100 per kid?
Oh no, I was just doing 2 students.
Oh,
yeah,
so
yeah. I didn't go to a graduation and shoot all the
I
kids.
see.
I went to Laguna Beach and I shot 2 students.
Oh, because if you get that, like my friend does the university. So you got, say, 1,200 students, and each one goes on stage, gets a diploma, and whoever the big shot gives the diploma away, and then you do 2 cameras, like boom, 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 boom. Each one is $125.
Wow.
I mean, it's huge money, right? It's just bang, 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 one after another.
I'm seeing comments.
Stop giving me ideas, man.
I'm seeing comments that I hit 500. Okay, you guys can comment when it dips down to 499.
Yeah, you did.
Because it will.
Congrats.
Because it will.
NGS is on the way.
It'll dip down. Yeah.
Let me take the knife out.
Knife out of my back.
You
might
better
have to
get a
leave it in.
screenshot and
We don't want
save
him
it.
to bleed out.
You know, I can't do this and have anything happen anymore because Restream came up with a thing and said, oh, you got to go to a certain menu if you want hand gestures to generate anything from the Mac. You have to go into a certain place and change a setting. And I went to where it said to go, and I didn't see anything there showing me how to change the setting. So now I can't do it anymore, which is good because I talk with my hands sometimes too much, and I set off fireworks by mistake or whatever. So I'm sure
Well, maybe they took it away because you were below 500. Maybe you'll get it back now.
Yeah.
And setting fireworks by mistake can be trouble.
Yeah. A few other things throw out there is those of you that use Topaz Gigapixel upscaling software is $20 off until June 14th. So you can get it for $79. It has a new interface. It'll upscale your resolution on your photos up to 6 times larger using an AI assisted software program. So my friend Bob uses it all the time. The 1 or 2 times I've ever done an upscale, I've done it in Lightroom, which only will do it 2 times. It'll double it. It won't do it more than that. It'll just double it. But usually, I don't need to do more than doubling it. And I've experimented. I've doubled I've taken printed out a 12 by 18 photo, and then I've cropped an image down to 8 by 12, and then I I think I printed a 16 by 24, and then I took an 8 by 12 photo and I upscaled it to 16 by 24 and compared them, and using what's in Lightroom, and they both look great. I mean, I couldn't really tell any difference, and you put an eye loop on it and everything. It looked really, really good, but I don't think I definitely wouldn't do 6 times larger. I don't care whether it's AI driven or not.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing. I'm testing that 500 mm Fuji on lens now.
Okay.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, I got it. And I tell you, it is, my God, you zoom in, you crop in like 100%. Like I got some guys that are working out on a construction site, right? I mean, you can't even see them when you shoot. When you crop in, you can just about read their name tag. And then the original size is almost 600 megabytes. So you zoom in, you crop in at 100%, and you still got 80, 90 megabytes.
So John,
Wow.
since now you have the equipment to do wildlife, correct? I want to see your bird pictures now with that setup. But the other thing that I wanted to mention, in the Petapixel review, they do recommend the 1.4 converter for that system. Apparently, that 1.4 converter for that 500 mm on the Fuji is a good one.
Yeah, it's good.
Did you got a converter?
Well, I just, the thing, I just don't like wildlife. I'm sorry.
No, I'm joking. But what I'm saying is that, but having a converter is good.
Yeah. I mean, Diana's the one that ordered this 500, not me, because I'll just use the Nikon, But she's the one that wants. I mean, having 16-bit telephoto lens is like,
Exactly.
crazy. So if you take a picture of the moon, for example, and then you stack it, oh my God, you can see the Martians on there.
You could actually see the cheese on the moon.
Exactly. You can tell the difference between a Limburger and cheddar up there. Yeah.
Here we go. I had somebody send this in, and I have 500, and I hit 500. Woohoo! Like I
You
said,
got 500 subs?
yeah,
Yep.
temporary euphoria. See how excited I
Wow.
am? I'm like pissing in my shorts right now. I really am.
Congrats.
Well, like I said, in about 10 minutes it'll be $4.95, so I'm not worrying about
Oh, come on.
it.
It'll
But
be it'll be 505.
505, yeah.
Well, Jeff,
People will be putting in their kids' names.
well, to keep the interest up, we better announce the next selective imagery photo contest. Well,
Yeah,
it used to be a review.
Wait
And
until you
this
get monetized.
no, I won't. I won't even sign up to collect any money. To be honest with you, I don't want to deal
Well,
with.
you know, I got $229 coming to me. I never seen a flat nickel.
You got to wait like 20 years. They got to make interest on it first.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
got to pay taxes.
Yeah, and then you got to pay
Yeah.
taxes on it. It's not worth it. You know, it's not worth it to me. Not worth it.
Nah. I just do it for the fun, you know.
Yeah. So we're gonna start probably getting a lot of tidbits and teasers once again for the 100th time, with the presumed Z63 coming out somewhere or being announced sometime around June 11th. So we'll have to see whether that really happens or not, and see how they introduce that. And
That'll be a bad boy.
you know, that'll be we shall see what happens. I got the wait and see attitude going on for that.
Did they say what year?
No, see, it could be June 11th of 2026 for all we know, but you never know. They don't say what year.
Well, you know, they put out the Z8 exactly almost a year ago. Was it May 26th? So I think it's pretty legit.
You
All
know,
right.
well, I mean, it should, but I mean, you know, we were talking about this camera coming out in December of last year, so you know.
Oh, I think it's legit. You know,
You know.
it's going to be a killer. You know, sorry, I can't say killer. I can't say game changer either.
Don't say game changer. Don't say game changer.
No game changer, no killer.
Yeah, no, the camera, the end all cameras, the undisputed champion.
No camera to end all cameras.
Yeah.
It'll be
It'll be okay.
The okay
Gotta have it.
Yeah, we don't want to say it's the Rocky it's the Rocky camera. You know, we don't want to get too excited about
Okay.
it. We'll just say it's different. It will be different. It'll be different. It'll be different. It'll be different than the last one. That's a safe saying. It'll be different.
Same but different.
Same thing but different. Yeah.
So the front of it will look like this, where it says Nikon.
Yeah, it'll still say Nikon on it, so that'll be similar but different. That's the term. Similar but different. There you go. That's a safe catch. That's a safe comment.
It'll be fun.
But
talk about it.
You know what was interesting that showed up on Nikon rumors today, because you know what, we haven't talked about it in a long time. You know, I think most of us were waiting so long that it's just kind of like we blanked it out of our minds. Is they came up with a comment, you know, what happened to the Nikkor Z 35mm f1.2 S-line lens ? So they said, rumored explanations from Nikon. Rumors are as follows. These are the rumored reasons why we haven't seen it.
Okay.
And this is multiple choice. You know, this is a multiple choice thing, and they do emphasize it is a rumor, and they really don't know why. So these are the rumors. Nikon decided to change the design of the lens. That means we may get a lens with a different aperture, maybe f1.1 or f1.4. And then the next choice is, I was told that the main concerns Nikon had were the size and the price of the initially planned Nikon Z35 f1.2 S line lens. Then the third choice is, there's a very low chance that the new 35 f1.2 will be a plena lens. And then the last choice is, some rumors indicate that the 35 millimeter f1.2 lens will be announced together or shortly after the Z6 III. And I'll just say, as they say, time will tell, because they don't know. So yeah, I mean, if it is 1.4, it's going to be a big lens, and I'm sure it's not going to be cheap, and maybe it's going to be very, very, very expensive. Who knows? Who knows?
I think 1.4 would be better than a 1.2 for practicality's sake.
Yeah, I mean,
It'd be lighter.
yeah, you're starting to get into something that's incredibly large, incredibly heavy.
Yeah, and
I,
that's kind of a put off, you know.
I mean, think of it this way. We talk about whether it be a 35 1.2 when you talk about it, but at the same token, everybody's running out and buying pancake lenses.
Yeah, what's with that?
They're buying 26 millimeter pancake lens, or they're buying the 28 millimeter SE special edition lens, which is small. I mean, compared to what this 35 1.2 will look like. I mean, it's going to be a behemoth compared to some of these other lenses that they have out. Obviously, the optical quality theoretically should be a heck of a lot better, but people are going out and buying Voigtlander lenses to put on their ZF bodies or whatever. They want something that's quality, made well, and doesn't isn't like monstrous in size and weight.
It looks cool.
But we'll see, right? Because it seems like the what one person wants, somebody else wants the opposite. And I mean, we're not all the same, right? So we'll see what happens. See what happens. But you could get some really good, they're manual focus lenses for the most part, but you could get some really superb Voigtlander glass for less than $900 that you could put on a Nikon body.
Oh yeah, the thing is I like about these lenses, they look cool,
And here's one right here that Tim has that he just recently bought. I'll let him
What
talk
is it?
about it for a second.
What is it,
It's
Tim?
the Voigtlander 23 millimeter Nocton for the Z.
Wow. You mean it's got a Z mount?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it brand new? It just came out?
I'm not sure how long it's been out, but I think within the year. Yeah.
God, I gotta have it. I gotta have it, man.
Hey, you got to wait till you get your money from your YouTube channel.
Yeah, right. The check's in the mail.
Who's sticking in a knife now? Who's sticking in a knife now?
Oh man.
Yeah. That old saying, hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait.
Yeah.
I had to put a step-up ring on it because I didn't have any 46 millimeter ND filters.
Okay.
So I had to step up to 58.
46.
Yep.
Hey
Pretty
Tim,
small,
do you
huh?
have a ZF? Did you buy a ZF?
No, I have a ZFC. I've been waiting for the green one, but now that I got this Voigtlander lens on my ZFC, I don't know. I'm not in a hurry to buy the ZF, but it's on my shopping list. I'll get one.
Oh, good.
As long as it's
No,
green.
you'll enjoy it. It's one of those cameras you just pick up,
Yep.
He wants the moss
I
green.
shot my. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I shot my Z6 II with a 51.8 today, along with my Z9, and just looking through. I haven't looked through the Z9 photos yet. I just looked through the Z6, and with that lens, those photos are just beautiful.
Wow.
Just beautiful. I actually thought I was looking at the Z9 photos for a minute when I popped
Really?
the card in. I was like, yeah,
Wow.
I'll have to share some of those photos because they came out really well.
Wow.
Yeah, I think this
Excellent.
statement's true for a lot of people. With the lenses may change, but the effect is the same. 35 delayed to allow my bank account to recover from getting the 85 and the 50.
Yeah.
You should say
Nikon.
leave the beginning part of that statement, and then you say from getting the XX and XX, because you just replace it with a different lens that you bought.
They got too many threats from significant others.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna joke here a little bit with Gustavo and just say that Matt Granger, Gustavo, must have watched your presentation last week about using TCs versus cropping in camera and in post, because
Oh,
he
yeah,
came
yeah.
out with a video with the same topic discussion that you discussed on last week's show. So, see, you were first,
Oh my God!
and then you got copied, man. You got copied by a YouTuber. See?
So he must be one of the 500 subscribers of your channel.
No, I don't think anybody who is monetized watches my channel. Well, John does. John's monetized, so I have one person who's monetized that watches my channel.
and Chuck.
And Chuck, yeah,
It's overrated.
yeah.
Show me the money.
Exactly.
Tim Sutton saying Roy smashed that dislike button.
I guess Jeff, it comes back down to this, recent conversation with this Jared Overdone, or whatever his name is.
Gerald.
What's his name? Jared Overdone.
Gerald Undone.
Yeah, making noise about not getting invited to the party.
Yeah. Well, I don't go to parties anymore. I'm too old to party anyway, so
Yeah.
I'm not worried about ever having that problem.
Yeah. Well,
I'll be like, I got to go on a plane for how many hours? Ain't gonna happen. No, not gonna happen.
and if you're trying to make a living off of this, of course you're gonna have to get on your knees, right? Come on,
Gotta play the
you can't be
game.
so naive.
Yeah.
Right, Jeff? You can't be so naive not to think that they want to hear the schlep.
No, you think?
Yeah, I mean they're using advertising dollars. They
Exactly.
got to get a return on their investment. And if
Yeah.
you're going to say something that's going to be detrimental to their brand, goodbye dollars. I mean, they're not going to pay you.
These companies get an advertising budget every year, and they got to spend it. If they don't spend it, they lose it.
Yeah. Do you think? Oh, yeah. That is so true. Even and it doesn't even have to just be advertising. And if you work for a big corporation, and certain certain business units or certain departments, they all get a budget, right? And
Right.
the saying every year was, if we don't spend it, we'll get less next year.
Exactly.
So they
Use it or lose it.
actually buy stuff.
Exactly.
Departments would actually buy stuff they really didn't need because they had to spend the budget or they would get cut the following year. So that, they'd go and they'd buy equipment that was nice to have, but not a have to have.
Well, it was
It
always the right time to push the project, correct? You have a pet project when everybody's not spending the budget. Okay, I got a project for you.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, is that why you keep buying lenses? So your budget next year stays the same?
Well, I never really have a budget. I just have a diminishing bank account and nothing to show for it. But I'm satisfied. I'm happy. So I
Hey,
guess you can't buy
guys,
happiness, they say, right? But you know,
Oh, sure you can.
last week I Apple did pretty good, so I sold some stock on that Apple, right? So I just used that. I sold like 10 or 12 shares, there's a couple $1,000. You just use that. Didn't cost me anything.
yeah. But talking about all these new lenses and everything, there's an interesting article, and I've told you guys I happen to be a fan of Photography Life, the staff at Photography Life. I like their articles that they do. I think they're a decent group of folks that have
What's it called?
Photography Life.
Photography
And they had
Life.
Photography Life. Yeah, it's a content creators that been around for quite a few years. They do lens reviews.
Is
They
it
do camera
YouTube?
reviews.
YouTube?
It's a website.
A website. It's a
Oh,
website,
website.
and so they have an article that just came out titled "Is Now the Time to Buy Used Nikon DSLR Lenses?" Question mark. And it's a decent article. I mean, they do a lot of comparisons, talking about some of the well, not just the long glass, but they do have a bit of a conversation about long lenses and what those lenses cost when they came out versus what you can get them for now versus what you'd be paying for a Z mount equivalent, whether it's worth switching over or not, or whether you should take advantage of the fact that the prices have dropped so much on the F mount glass. And it's an interesting article. It's an interesting discussion. So for those of you who want to have a good read, I would go to their webpage, and it's an interesting article.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see what some of these, because some of that stuff isn't glass that I ever owned. It was interesting to see what it sold for in the day, what it's worth now, and you makes you think, yeah, maybe not a bad idea necessarily, not a bad idea to pick up a few F mount glass. It's not like, yeah, is it as good as Z mount? No, but is it, when you look at the price point versus the slight edge that you might get with the Z mount glass, is it worth that amount of money that you're going to pay for that brand new lens? It makes you think twice anyway. It makes you think about
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
I
I think
mean,
the prices of gold start going up, in time for G model lenses.
yeah, I mean, it's not like, it's the same thing with, new camera bodies that come out and new introductions and new gear. And it just seems like the common thread with whether it be lenses or camera bodies is this presentation to the world that if you don't buy this new widget, they make it out like anything that isn't this widget is no longer any good anymore. And we all know that's a bunch of baloney, because you got people shooting with cameras, you got people shooting with 6x9 medium format film cameras, from the 1920s, and they get fantastic pictures from them. I mean, it's like, just because something new is out doesn't mean what you took a good picture with yesterday is all of a sudden can't take a good picture anymore. I just don't like the marketing ploys that they all do, and they all do it. It doesn't matter what camera company it is. I mean, they want to get fresh money in. They want to keep their business going.
They got to.
But they kind of get demeaning towards their own product. You want the latest, you want the greatest, it'll be, your pictures will get so much better. And how many times we say it's not the camera, it's the person behind the camera, right?
I mean, you look at the price of AIS lenses, they've skyrocketed.
And and then another thing that was that is theoretically of some concern is the talk that is out there of Canon wanting to do a subscription model, and the rumors that they may apply this subscription model where you have to pay a fee for your camera every month. There's a
A fee for
rumor
your
that
camera.
it may be in effect for the R1 and the R5 II coming out. And I think that would be a horrendous thing to do. That would be a very foolish thing to do. You know, if you're going to turn off certain features of a camera theoretically and say, if you want these higher end features to work on your camera, you have to pay the subscription plan.
Oh, that's insane.
If you go and you do something like that, I'm
Forget about
sorry.
it.
I'm sorry. I think you're going to be out of business. I don't think you're, you know, I think that will bite them in the behind big time, you know.
And Nikon's doing the reverse by giving you beautiful software for free.
Yeah. 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 I mean, that's not taking care of your customers. I mean, that's like handcuffing them to your, that's like, you know, obviously the majority, let's say the majority of non-professional photographers, okay, people that don't earn a living doing it, a professional photographer, if he changes his gear, he could try to get some of that money back, redo his pricing structure on the services he renders and try to get some of that money back if he changes systems. But a non-professional person that doesn't make any money with a camera, that has an investment in that camera brand, is not a person that can afford to leave the camera brand and start all over again. You know, if you got a camera body or two and you've got 5-6 lenses invested or more in that camera brand, and you're not making a living with your camera, you're not going to just switch. And you don't want to be handcuffed to a brand that says basically, we're going to force you to buy a new camera, because if you don't buy the next new camera that comes out, you're not going to have those features that you like. You know, you got to have this subscription plan. It's just going to pork everybody. You know, it's not a good idea. Not a good idea.
It's bad.
It's bad. Yeah, it's bad.
Bad for the industry.
I mean,
bad for everybody.
Simon did a survey on his channel, Ordinary Filmmaker.
Yeah.
Most of you guys know him. And he said 95% of the respondents were totally against it.
Well,
5% said they were okay with it. 95% said no. No.
Well, I've got a number of cameras that have the subscription model that I like right now.
Yeah. Zero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with a decimal point in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah. 0.00 works really nice. Really nice.
Well, it's like a rental almost. You know, I buy a camera and then I got to pay additional rent on it.
Well, it's like it's like getting a lease vehicle. You never own it, right?
Yeah.
It's like you're buying the camera, but you're never gonna own it.
And then how do you sell it?
It's like
you got to sell your subscription.
Yeah, it's like you know, my God, it's horrible.
Makes
Absolutely
no
horrible.
sense.
So I don't know. I mean, the world's a crazy place. I mean,
but it could be. I mean, there are obviously we don't like it, but there could be another way to do that, correct? Like the old iPhones, when you subscribe through your that you get the iPhone for free and then you pay for 3 years, but you pay for the camera, correct? So they could offer, say, the R1, instead of being 6,000 is 1,000, but then you have to pay X number of money on 3 years. It's horrible, but that may be what they're talking about.
yeah, but you know, when you play that game, and let's say like the rumor is that I'm going to look at my cheat sheets here. The rumor is that the R5 II is going to be either a Z is well. I'm gonna go out on a slight limb, and I'm going to say it's going to be a Z9 beater. Okay, and it's going to come out rumored for like round up a whole dollar. And it's gonna be a $4,000 camera. So theoretically, it's going to be cheaper than a Z9. Theoretically, it's going to be better than a Z9. But you know what? If you got to pay for this silly plan every month, it isn't going to be cheaper. It isn't going to be cheaper. And then there's I don't know. I just don't understand I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, it's all about I mean, obviously it's Panasonic has a financial crisis right now, and obviously there's just not due to camera phones. Basically, the camera market has shrunk so much that everybody's fighting for a very small piece of the pie, and not everybody's going to make it, but it's
Panasonic used to dominate in the air conditioning business, right? In home air conditioning. Now they're like bottom of the totem pole when it comes to air conditioning systems.
well, they used to make a lot of back in the day, you bought a Panasonic DVD player, you bought Panasonic TVs, you bought Panasonic stereos, you bought, and I don't see any of that stuff in stores anymore. So I don't know exactly what they do what they do sell.
Well, they dominate in in-flight entertainment. Right, so every single airline that you go on, all that in-flight entertainment is all Panasonic.
They also have batteries,
They
especially
dominate.
for charging. Yeah.
But it's
Hey, do you guys follow the Simon the Entermont, that British landscape photographer?
Canadian.
I think I'm subscribed to him.
Yeah, he's
not
pretty.
Canadian.
He uses Nikon.
Yeah, Canadian.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to him. Yeah,
Yeah, he takes beautiful pictures in the landscape.
yeah, he does.
He's a nature photographer.
Yeah.
He was, I think his last video was from Spalberg.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, where was he? From where?
Spalberg. That's an island in the North Sea.
oh, that's where
In Norway.
Morton
Yeah,
Hilmer.
those pictures
Norway.
are nice.
That's
Morton
where
Hilmer shot.
the Nikon rep, the Nikon ambassador shoots their polar bears and wolves.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
stuff.
Svalbard, isn't it? That's what it's called.
Svalbard, yeah, SVAL,
Mm.
SVALBARD, something like that.
Yeah, you can see polar bear kills.
Yeah, it used to be a good place also for doing geological field trips because there are some wonderful outcrops. So Svalbard.
That's one of those places where where everybody takes their cameras to see if they can stand cold conditions.
Exactly.
When they're like when Olympus did a major update on their weather sealing and stuff like that on their recent cameras and everything. They went to all those. They'd go in the heat of the desert, and then they'd go to a place like that and freeze the camera and make sure that it can handle the extremes on both directions and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's one of those acid test destinations for camera gear.
Hey, why don't we all go there? Why don't we all meet there, Jeff?
Yeah, I don't want to go. That'd be that cold. Hey, you're cold enough when you go to
Mongolia.
Mongolia. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cold, man.
Yeah, you're freezing your, as they say, you're freezing your assets off when you
Oh
go there.
yeah, definitely.
And this is cold with a high humidity. So I guarantee you, this is a very cold place.
But Gustavo,
Yeah.
once the temperature hits minus 20 degrees
Yeah,
centigrade,
dry.
it's dry. Doesn't matter what the humidity is.
Exactly.
So, but like this winter, I torture tested my 8 and Anita Z6 II for 3 hours at minus 43 centigrade.
Oh my God! And how was it?
They work flawlessly.
Wow, minus 43.
Yeah, and
That's
so
incredible. How long did the batteries last?
the whole time.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
you're definitely out of the realm of the warranty coverage, or the manufacturer's recommended operating.
Recommended operating temp. Yeah.
Yeah, only by 30 degrees.
Yeah.
And you
Only.
and it's not only that you test the camera. In the last week here, John, I have been testing I've been outside, and there is pollen, which is the worst. You talk about weather seal, you can bet, pollen is the worst, correct?
Oh really?
It gets everywhere. I mean, you get my C9
Yeah.
or C8, and the screens you put is yellow in the top and nothing inside.
I thought you learned your lesson, Gustavo, after that bird landed on your lens and left a deposit behind.
That is true, but unfortunately, with the and not only that, I mean, for me, I tell you, my wife and I went to the patio and we had to come in. Our eyes were scratching, and we don't suffer from allergy, but the all these pine trees are dropping their pollen. It's like having yellow clouds, and that's the worst because pollen also stick to it. It's very sticky.
Yeah, I don't miss that. I had a lot of that in North Carolina. I had to get out the pressure washer like every week.
Exactly.
Guys like us, if we have yellow all over our hair or all over our head, we don't have hair. If we have yellow pollen all over our head, all the bees start landing on us, thinking that we're a giant, flower. Could be hazardous to your health.
Jeffrey, you're on almost 5 hours now.
That's when we stop.
Yeah, that's what we do. 5 hours every Saturday till 2 a.m. Eastern time. 5 hours of craziness, but we had 88, John. We had 88 pictures, the most ever tonight. 88 images.
Sorry, I didn't send any. I figured you'd have enough.
Well, you should have. We could have hit 100. If you and the wife sent in some pictures, we could have maybe hit. We would have broke 90 easy.
Next time.
Where's Roy?
Roy's the kind of like the caretaker that comes in and helps his wife out. I guess was late or something, and he said he didn't know if he'd be able to come on, and he never made it. So maybe the person didn't show up. So yeah, he doesn't miss a show very often.
No, he's on everyone. I saw him on Rob Silver's show. I saw him on Westminster.
He was on yesterday with
Z-Wave.
Yeah, Z-Wave.
Yeah, right. Z-Wave.
Yeah.
That's right.
He stays
right,
busy.
Gustavo.
He stays busy. and he submitted some pictures, including birds. So we are converting him over to wildlife slowly.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It looks like John is going to be tougher to convince to shoot.
Well, John wanted that 500 on that medium format camera because the dead bodies look bigger with that lens.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't have to get so close.
But I tell you one thing, John, that 500 for a 500 on a full frame camera is very well priced.
Yeah, it's how much is that? I think it's $3,700.
Something like that, but it's exactly. But
It's
for a full
equivalent to
frame,
400. It's
Yeah.
equivalent to 400. Yeah. And I still like my Nikons. End of the day, what can I say?
same here. But it would be. We look forward to see what Diana does with that with that lens and camera combination.
Yeah, me too. Oh, she
You
wanted to
know,
go to
you
the
got
bird park. She wanted to go to the
better
bird
play
park
play with
today.
it first, John, because I think once you hand that camera over to her, you're never going to see it again.
Well, here's
Maybe
the.
you'll see it at a distance.
Yeah.
She went to the. She
Yeah.
went to the Fujifilm media launch the other day, and then they asked her, hey, you want to? Because she ordered this new camera. She says, oh, you want to play with the 500? She goes, yeah, we'll send it to you. So then the other day I went to the camera store to fetch it for her. So and then she wanted to go to the bird park today. And I said, man, I don't want to go. It's too hot.
No, but like you said, it's not only birds. It's a great telephoto. And you told me you told the other day you also got the PC lens, correct?
Yeah. I didn't buy it. They lent it to me
The
for
tilt,
that Gibson
the tilt
guitar
shift.
shoot. I'm not gonna buy it unless if I was still working, I would buy it, but I'm not working, so I don't. There's no point.
No, but Diana does a lot of uh, landscape, correct? The tilt
Yeah.
shift lenses for landscape is fantastic.
Well, it's good, if you stack the pictures,
Yeah.
right? So she's into all that. I
Well, for
can't.
sure, it's not, or if you have to shoot and your plane of focus is not parallel to you, you can make it parallel with the tilt shift.
Right, exactly.
No, I like the tilt shift lenses, but I'm going to stay with my F mount ones because I think you got to shoot manual anyway. Right?
Yeah.
You still have a Nikon tilt and shift lenses
Yeah, two.
too, right? Which
Mhm.
ones?
I think I got a 45 and a 24.
Yeah, well, those two lenses, Gustavo, are worth their weight in gold. So don't ever sell them.
Yes, those are going. Those are going, and they work well with the adapter, manual focus anyway, and it's not like a lens you're going to use in a hurry.
No, I tell you, they are incredible. Those tilt and shift lenses, especially if you do food shots.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody can challenge you, Gustavo.
Yeah, I like that one. So, if I'm going to go somewhere to do only landscape,
Yeah,
when I want to get foreground, background, and then you take all that. You want to do some panel with on parallax. That's
exactly.
fantastic.
Especially panos.
Yeah.
Wow, they're hard to get. Well, guys, I got to make a move, and you kids better go to bed. Huh?
Gee, I feel so young. John calling me a kid.
Yeah.
You really
Stay
shouldn't
up too
lie.
late,
You
kids. Don't stay up too late, kids.
stay up too late.
Mhm.
Hey,
Yeah, well, Jeff-
You guys will-
my wife's not home, so she doesn't know how late I'm up right now. She's in Connecticut right now, so
Oh, really?
I'm up till 4 a.m, she wouldn't know. Not that I'm gonna try to break Chuck's record or anything.
Is she from Connecticut?
We're both from Connecticut. Yeah.
All right. So I had this friend. I had this friend from Connecticut. He was in the golf business, right? So I said, hey, what kind of work do you do? He goes, oh, I'm in the golf business. I go, what? Golf. I go, what? Golf. Oh, golf. Golf.
He must live in. He must. Usually, that's someone that talks like that. They're from Boston.
Oh. All right, you guys. See you next week.
Take it easy.
Care.
All right.
Rest-
See you, John.
See you, John.
All right.
Rest your eye, man. Rest.
All right,
rest
you guys. Randall, all of you, Maz, my good friends, Gustavo and David.
Yep.
Adios.
Take care.
Adios.
Stay out of trouble.
See you, John.
Take care of that eye.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Sandra
looked
made
at
a
that.
comment that his autofocus motor crapped out after 3 years on a 600 f4 lens. And my 500 PF, I had to replace the autofocus motors, and my friend Bob's 2 to 500 just failed last week, and his autofocus motors don't work anymore either.
Oh, that's interesting.
Wow.
But I mean, he used, that was the only lens he used for years.
Okay.
When I had the 500 PF, that was the lens I used predominantly at the time. Probably shot over 100,000 shots with it.
Exactly.
So as I just said in the chat, I go, lenses are like a car. You use them enough, they do eventually wear out.
Wow.
I mean, you'd like to think they're going to last you a lifetime, but let's look at it this way: how many more pictures do you take now than you did when you had an SLR?
Exactly.
Right? How many more? I mean, you're probably taking, because you're shooting 20 frames a second, 30 frames a second, 120 frames a second. All that wears out these lenses, man. They, back in the old days, those lenses weren't, you were taking single shots, man, or you were taking your fastest shutter speed, your fastest frame per second might have been 8 frames a second, right?
Okay.
10 frames per second at the most, for if you had a high-end camera.
And your lenses are manual focus.
So is Bob going to send it for repair?
Not right now. They want $600.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
$600 to fix it. So right now the Jeff Neville lens rental company is letting him use my 180 to 600.
And that's the dilemma that he's going to be in. 600 to repair it. Okay. If he try to sell it, probably gets almost nothing. Okay.
Well, what I told him is, I says I would repair it anyway, because he's got the Z8 and he's got a D500. And I said, you don't have two APS-C body. I mean, you don't have two mirrorless bodies.
Exactly.
So I would get the 2 to 5 repaired, and I would get the 180 to 6. And that way, heaven forbid, if your Z8 body ever failed, you could put the 2 to 5 on your D500 and still take pictures.
That makes sense.
And then you're covered.
Exactly.
But in the meantime, he's using my lens right now just so he has something.
Yeah, but that makes sense. But that's true, and that was the reason, certainly with the recommendation from Roy, correct? That if you use it, the motor may not last. But if you don't use it, the motor may not last. Correct?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's what I got rid of the of those F long telephotos.
I mean, you have a lot of you guys have a Z9 and a Z8.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't. I have a Z9 and a ZF.
Exactly.
So Now I've used the ZF. I've experimented and used the ZF for bird and flight shots, and they've been fine. I've even put the 180 to 600 on it. I put the
800.
I put the 800 on it.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, is it ergonomically, fantastic? No, but it will work. So, but realistically, if I want a 45 megapixel sensor,
Yeah.
I still got the 500 PF, because if my Z9 crapped out and I wanted 45 megapixels, I could put the 500 PF on my
The 800.
D850, my D850,
Exactly.
and I'm covered until I get the other one fixed. But
Exactly.
ideally, someday, when, I don't know, not anytime soon, but someday I will get another 45 megapixel Nikon body, whether it be a Z8 or something else that comes out, and that way, if one mirrorless body craps out, it doesn't matter. I'm still covered.
Exactly. The interesting thing will be whether the C6 3 is going to have shutter or no shutter, mechanical shutter.
A shutter leaf.
Well, I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. You
They have
never
to go
know.
to the lens.
I think it'll have mechanical shutter and an electronic shutter, both.
Why? Why?
I don't think because of the price point, I don't think they're gonna make it like a Z8.
So they're not going to make it stack sensor.
Well, we don't even know what sensor they're gonna put in it.
Exactly.
Is it going to be 24 megapixels because so that you have lower noise?
Be like the ZF.
Or is it going to be are they going to do a 30 megapixel or 36 megapixel sensor, or is it going to be 24? Because I'll tell you, the 24 megapixel sensor in the ZF works. The images are fantastic. Nothing wrong with those images at all.
And when you use your CF, and David, you also use your CF, and Randall, you have two. Do they use it? Do you guys use the mechanical shutter or the electronic shutter?
I use it both.
Okay.
Yeah, it has an auto function on it, and I set it there. But I use mine an awful lot as a webcam too.
Okay.
And
if I had room for a camera on a tripod while I'm doing this show, I don't have the real estate in my room to set up for that. If I had an open desk, I didn't have a shelving unit above it, and my desk was farther back in the room, I could have a camera aimed at me. But the way my room is set up and the way my desk is set up and configured, I can't do that. So I just use the camera on the computer.
But if you go for let's say a walk, and then you're doing street photographer with your CF,
yeah,
did you use it on the mechanical shutter or the electronic mode only? What determined that? How do you make that decision?
I just be honest with you, I don't even know what I have mine set for. I just shoot it.
Gustavo, it's not that noisy. I use mine as a retro camera.
Okay.
And I put my Godox Lux Master, I think that's what's called, flash on it, which is a retro flash.
Okay.
And it works great. I don't care if it makes a noise or whatever. It works good, and it's retro,
Exactly.
which is the reason for having it. You know, and
I'll
I
get
shoot
mine.
mine black and white a lot, and I'll take the back, and so that and I'll flip it in so you can't see the display. So then it looks like an SLR.
Okay. Because you see, and now that I have mostly used the C8 and the C9, I, and I have a complete silence. I don't like any shutter noise, right? As a matter of fact, at one point, I considered, David, buying a C6 II or a C7 II to use it for the track camera, uh, correct?
Yeah,
Inside the housing that I have. But I want that to be shutterless, correct? I want it to be electronic only because you don't want the clicking of the camera distracting the animal.
Well,
yeah.
when you're doing street photography, it doesn't matter.
No, I know, but I talk about for the trap camera as a trap camera.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't use mine for that. So, no. But what I will do with it is I'll use it to take test shots for the Aurora.
Okay.
Yeah, because I've got the 40 millimeter f2 on it, and I just take it up and go. Well, I know what the settings should be close, and I'll take a shot and see what it looks like. But it's got a lot of things that I don't like because I can't go lower than ISO 100 easily.
Mm.
And then for my longer shutter speeds, I can't do them easily. And so I consider it as a niche camera because I use the 8 more, and I've started using the 9 for Aurora.
Mm.
Because I just get it out and the battery lasts forever.
That's-
Yeah, I got my
Because
shutter set up for auto. It switches automatically.
Okay. And what triggers one or the other, Jeff? Do you know? Do you remember?
Well, I think when you do the panning, I think it goes to, well, it depends on the autofocus continuous if you have that on, right? Isn't it something kind of like the contrast where if it's stable, it's
Well, there's
electronic.
probably a condition. It might have something to do with your shutter speed or something. I'll have to look it up.
Hmm?
I'll have to look it up.
But that's a good state of being with a camera, correct?
But you
The
could
fact that
put it on one or the other. You could put it either on auto, mechanical, or electronic.
okay.
Actually says yeah. I'll look it up right now.
I'm sorry it took you through this.
I think it depends on your shutter speed, right? Doesn't it adjust based
Yeah,
on
I
your
think
shutter
it's
speed?
shutter speed related.
Yeah, I think it's like 250 and above. It'll go to the manual.
Okay.
I mean, I knew off the top of my head a while back, but I just don't remember because I'm old and I forget things.
but either way, Gustavo, it's compared to a DSLR, it's very quiet.
Okay.
Says electronic shutter is the way to go when you need the fastest continuous shooting speed or the fastest shutter speed.
Okay. So frame
Uh,
per second and shutter speed.
yeah. So let's see.
But a retro camera has to make a noise.
Yes. That's true.
Even if it's electronic.
That's true.
So, Gustavo, do you have your 8 and 9 as totally silent or
Yes.
just really quiet?
No, totally silence. Both.
Yeah.
I never understood why people miss the sound. I don't miss the sound. I know where my finger is pressing or not pressing, so I don't need any. I don't think I even have any confirmation that I'm taking pictures. If I want to take a picture, and remember, I use a lot the trigger, correct? So I'm
Yeah.
sometimes triggering
Yep.
with my trigger.
But sometimes when you're trying to focusing and it doesn't focus, you don't know if they took the picture or not.
Yeah, if you're shooting people, it's nice to have that on.
Yeah.
Or even the beep. Turn the beep on.
Wow.
I got my beep on,
Don't,
even when
don't,
you focus.
don't miss that.
Okay, here's the deal. Here's the deal. The electronic shutter. There's your camera looks at several things. If you're shooting at too slow of a shutter speed, it might use the electronic shutter because basically it doesn't want to have blurriness caused by the mechanical shutter itself. Okay, if you were shooting at a really low shutter speed,
Like 1 by
Okay.
6.
you get the bounce. You could get a blurry photo. So if you're shooting super slow shutter speeds, it may put it in electronic shutter mode. And if you're over 1/2000th of a second, it's usually in electronic. Anything over 1/2000th of a second is going to be electronic.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's if you use the auto setting, correct?
That's in auto settings, or you could force it to be mechanical, or you could force it to be electronic all the time. Whatever you want to do. I just have it in auto.
But you see, look, if I'm using, and that's what I have two, correct? I have one for each camera. If I want to use different frequencies on the different camera, correct? But if I'm shooting let's say an owl with the 800 plus a TC, right? Silent. I don't want to even and I lower my speed to, let's say, 1/125 on a tripod. I'm going to be. I don't want to press even the shutter. I'm going to, use this to press on the shutter because I don't want that action.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Even if you're using a remote to fire the shutter, if the shutter speed is really slow, it may not do it mechanically because it doesn't want the effect of the mechanical shutter to introduce any blur
Exactly.
to your
But you see, I'm talking about the C8 and C9. Even on the C8 and C9, the act of you putting pressure.
Oh yeah, you pushing the button itself could cause it to be blurry if you're shooting slow enough.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Another thing, Gustavo, that what settings do you have for your camera to go to sleep? Or do you say turn that off?
And depend. I sometimes turn it off completely. So it's,
Yeah.
on the C9 with the big battery, I sometimes leave it on all the time.
Yeah, because I have mine that little it'll go to sleep, and even with when I'm shooting the intervalometer every 20 seconds, it'll still go to sleep, and then the shutter cover closes.
Yeah.
In there, and then it'll open before it takes the next picture, and that makes a noise.
Exactly. And I sometimes don't like that. Correct.
Yeah.
So I think in that condition, let's say for what you do, what I would do is what Jeff suggested, which is disable no, but don't let the camera go to the shutter shield.
Yeah, I don't use the shutter shield at all unless I'm changing lenses. Because I don't have that dust problem anymore. If I keep the lens on the camera and I don't take it off, I don't have the shutter. I don't have the protective cover coming down every time I turn the camera off.
What I'm saying, David, is that the vibration of the mirror was a big problem in the past, more than we accepted it in the past. I mean,
Well, I never had that problem because I always had a very good tripod.
but even on a good tripod, look, I mean,
well, that's why people lock the mirrors up sometimes.
Yeah,
exactly.
You just lock the mirror up so that it's not going to move.
Yeah,
you
like
just have to set all your settings first before you lock it.
yeah. But in my experience, that has not been a problem. Maybe in my 40, 50 years, I've been lucky. I don't know. But I've always had good tripods, so everything was set up very stable.
Yeah.
And I never had the problem. Because if you're taking let's say a 30-second exposure and you press the shutter manually, the most it's going to vibrate is a fraction of a second over that 30 seconds.
Yeah, but if you're shooting, let's say with a 800 millimeter or 600 millimeter with a converter, and then at a 1/500, the camera hasn't recovered from the vibration of the mirror. So anyway, I think that's one of the reasons why these mirrorless cameras are better, particularly on electronic mode. Is we took out once vibration. The only thing you have to find for other confirmations of that you taking the picture.
And the other thing is the Z mount glass is that much sharper than the F mount glass, that now we can see that, and before I couldn't.
Exactly.
But anyway, our 5 hours is almost up.
It's beyond up. So I think we are going to call it a night, gentlemen. And thank everybody that came on the show, in the chat, participated with sending in photos. As always, you make the first Saturday of every month something special for everybody. And we enjoy the conversation, and keep it up. And since we hit 88 images this month, let's try to, I'm not going to keep saying try to beat 88, but let's keep it at the higher end, because it keeps us going for a good 3.5 hours sharing pictures, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's a break from just talking rumors or stuff like that, or that gets old after a while. And like I said, you take what you consider your photo of the week, and you don't want to wait till the next month to share it. You could send it to me to share, or come on any other week and share that image, and that's fine too. It's just part of the show. That's all. And like I said, hopefully we'll get a 28 to. We got Ava's going to be doing a pitch, in the next month, hopefully. And hopefully we get a few other people to do some discussions on doing focus stacking and things like that. And we can cover that and see how that goes. And in the meantime, we will, we find anything else worth putting a little presentation together, we will all do that to keep everybody out of trouble. So thank you, everybody. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next week. And congrats on the 500. Yeah, I'm going to hold my breath on that one. Am I in a what was that thing with when I was a kid, everybody'd have those little placards on their car. It said they were in the 500 club. I never quite realized what that meant till I got older, you know. So but I know I'm not in the 500 club. I'd rather be in the other 500 club, if you know what I mean. But guys, have a good one, and next week we will be back, and I'm sure there will be other things to talk about. So take care.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
All right. Good night.